Hello, everyone, and welcome to Techstrong TV. Today is Monday, November 7th, and I hope you're all having a wonderful day so far. I'm your host, William Willis, and in today's show, we're going to bring you some fantastic interviews with incredible guests from around the world, so stay tuned. As always, I'm going to start off with our Techstrong News recap, filling you in on the biggest tech headlines that are making waves. Then we will go over to Alan, where he sits down with Vince Aranezia, CPO at Grammatech, to talk about Grammatech's newest product, Code Sentry, a supply chain security platform that can scan production applications to produce SBOMs, identify associated open source vulnerabilities, and license information. Alan will then speak with Lorelei Katapan, VP of Product at ActiveState, to discuss ActiveState's release of ActiveState Artifact Repository to enable organizations to securely build Python dependencies directly from source code. Then we go to Open Source Summit Europe, where Mike met with Ana Jimenez Santamaria, Program Manager for Open Source Program Offices in the Toto Group within the Linux Foundation, where Ana explains how best practices for setting up an open source program office are shared. We're then joined by our very own Cody J. Brown, who will hop on and tell us more about some of our upcoming webinars. Next up, we are airing episode 3 of our series, Engineering the Change. This series will follow the 3 winners of the Engineering the Change Scholarship Program as they tackle a 10-week intensive coding bootcamp and prepare themselves for careers in software engineering. Then, we will wrap up this broadcast with 3 episodes of View with Vizard. In the first episode, Mike interviews Stamus Network CTO Eric LeBlond and CSO Peter Manet as they discuss why a more introductory network security using Suricata book was needed to help make the open source intrusion detection, intrusion prevention platform more accessible. Then, Mike interviews the newly appointed Percona CEO, Ann Schlemmer, where Ann explains what it takes to deploy and manage open source databases in the enterprise. Finally, Mike interviews Thrive CTO, Michael Gray, where Michael explains what it really takes to implement a zero-trust cybersecurity model across what has become a highly distributed computing environment. And that's what we have coming up for you on this episode of Techstrong TV. So without further ado, let's get the show started. Enjoy.
SecurityBoulevard.com is the leading resource for news, analysis, and education on challenges facing the cybersecurity industry. SecurityBoulevard.com covers all aspects of cybersecurity, including data security, DevSecOps, cloud security, application security, network security, security threats, and more. SecurityBoulevard.com has the largest selection of security content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.securityboulevard.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com, home of Security Bloggers Network.
Hi again, everyone. Here are the headlines for November 7th. First up, TikTok updated its privacy policy for users in Europe to state that workers in China can remotely access user data. TikTok has stated that the company uses said data for what it claims are important functions and keeping user experience consistent and safe. This announcement emerges only months ahead of the expected draft decision of the year-long investigation into the platform through the General Data Protection Regulation probe. TikTok says that this change is based on providing transparency to how TikTok uses data, though this is happening as there is a growing regulatory scrutiny towards the platforms and data security from China. It will be important to keep our eyes on this development in the next few months to see what happens as far as the GDPR probe is concerned. Next, Amazon has decided to freeze corporate hirings for retail businesses for the rest of 2022 from a predicted rough economy. The hiring freeze includes corporate and technology positions for retail and operations divisions. Amazon's cloud and warehouse divisions, however, are expected to remain unaffected. Approximately 20,000 openings were available before the freeze started. It seems like Amazon has joined the likes of other big tech companies to lower hiring. This being said, Amazon predicts that jobs will come back at the beginning of the new year. While on the subject of hiring practices, the ride-hailing company Lyft has announced that it is laying off 13% of its workforce. Lyft currently has over 4,000 employees, and the layoffs are expected to affect many roles throughout the company. This layoff, though, does not currently include drivers. Logan Green, the Lyft CEO, has said that a probable recession and the increasing cost of ride-sharing insurance are the main reasons for the layoffs. Lyft hasn't been doing so hot either, as its stock price is down nearly 70% over the past year, too. This all goes to show how companies across different industries are getting hit by the current economy. Next up, OpenAI has opened up its AI to text image generation to be more available to businesses with a public beta launch of its API. OpenAI has said that the API will make it easier for companies to add DALL-E's text-to-image functionality to products. Zooming out, the adoption of text-to-image and even text-to-video AI has grown considerably. However, as this type of AI grows, so does the dangers of spreading misinformation and ethical questions regarding its data use. Regardless, though, it seems that this technology is going to stay with us for the time being. On Digital CXO, we have an article looking at how to use proactive services. Over the past 2 years, the work world has gone through many changes that have put pressure on the field and service teams. In a world where there's a rapidly retiring workforce, a younger workforce expecting flexibility, and customers that want fast, personalized service, it shows the importance of business agility, and proactive services is one way to do that. This article looks at some of the ways that top service organizations are using proactive services. To learn more, go to digitalcxo.com. On Security Boulevard, we have an article looking at a survey that showcases how malware, ransomware, and IoT pose major IT security challenges. A recent threat report by SonicWall shows that more than 4 billion malware attempts were made globally in 2022 so far. Additionally, year-to-year ransomware attempts have exceeded the full year totals from the past 4 of 5 years. To learn more about these troubling findings and their implications, go to securityboulevard.com. Finally, on DevOps.com, we have an article looking at how Memento launched an elastic serverless cache platform to improve the performance of applications running on databases deployed in the cloud. Memento has said that the goal is to give IT teams access to a serverless computing framework for accessing a cache memory that can be used to improve the interactivity of applications. To learn more, go to DevOps.com. And that's today's Techstrong News Recap.
DevOps.com is the #1 online destination for DevOps education and community building. DevOps.com covers all aspects of DevOps, including DevOps best practices and tools, DevOps culture, DevSecOps, business impact, continuous testing, continuous delivery, and more. DevOps.com has the largest collection of original DevOps content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.devops.com to learn more. DevOps.com, where the world meets DevOps.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey everyone, welcome back to Techstrong TV. I want to introduce you to a gentleman. It's the first time here on Techstrong, but it's not the first time we've covered the company. It's Grammatech. We're going to talk about that. But let me introduce you to Vince Arnesia. Vince is Chief Product Officer, CPO at Grammatech. And hey Vince, welcome to Techstrong TV.
Thank you, Alan. It's a pleasure to be here. I've watched many of these, and I'm excited about participating finally.
We're excited to have you on here. So, you know, Vince, some people in our audience may have heard of Grammatech. It kind of it's in our sweet spot, right, of AppSec and DevSecOps and so forth. But not everyone, I'm sure, has, or maybe they have and they're not sure. Would you mind if we go kind of fundamentals at first and give us a little company background?
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. So Grammatech has been around for a while, 20 plus years. It really started out as a company spun out of academia, Cornell, University of Wisconsin. A couple of professors got together and decided to formulate a company that would do a lot of research for the government, you know, with DARPA, ONR, those kinds of research agencies. And so really that's how the company formulated. And eventually, as they started to do this research, they started to create a product division, and a static analysis capability was born called Code Sonar, and really started to lay the foundation for the uniqueness that Grammatech has historically brought and still brings, which is around application security scanning, source code, binary code. And we've kind of built on that the last few years since myself and a few others have come on board the management team.
I'm going to talk to you about that in a second. But before we do, why don't we tell people a little bit about your background?
Sure, yeah. So I'm kind of a cyber geek. I've been in cyber security since 2001. I've been in various aspects of cyber, primarily application security. I'd say of the 20 plus years in cyber, I'd say about 14 or so are in application security, including, of course, Grammatech. Previously, I was at Arxan, where we did a lot of in-app protection and protection of mobile apps as the application became the new perimeter back in 2011, 2012. And so, yeah, I mean, I've been in cyber a long time, and my role is really to head up product. So in some vendors where I've been involved with, it's product management, product strategy. In this particular case, it's also product engineering and other facets of product. And as you might have seen with a lot of your interviews, the CPO role has evolved quite a bit. It's now not just encompassing product management. It's really encompassing all of aspects of product. And that's kind of how we do it here at Grammatech. So it's been fun. I've been here for 3 years. We've really sort of turned the company into a product-focused company versus a research-only company. We still do a lot of research, but it's a good blend, and I'm glad to be part of the team doing that.
Absolutely. Look, that's one of the reasons we started the whole digital CXO website, property we started, because of the changing roles of
Right.
the CPO, the chief product. We see a lot of organizations where the CPO is the CTO as well.
Yes.
Right? Your chief technology officer actually runs product.
Yeah.
And sometimes engineering as well.
Yeah, exactly.
Right?
And
In one head.
yeah, I've seen that over the last 5 or 6 years. The CPO role has kind of taken over engineering, product management, really looking at the capabilities that you need to build from an outsider's perspective. Because the CTO historically has a very technical lens, and it doesn't always lend itself to what the customer or the market needs. And so I think that's the shift we're starting to see a little bit. We'll see if it continues, but that's what we're currently sensing.
Yeah, no, there's that. Then there's this whole chief data and chief digital officer. And this is why we call it CXO. It's a very different kind of thing. Hey, I know we want to talk about this new product coming out of Grammatech, but I got into a conversation the other day with a CEO of a company. It was around this whole shift left, shift right. When do you scan? What do you scan when? And look, AppSec scanning and shifting that left has been sort of the bread and butter, the heart of this DevSecOps movement.
Right.
I also, in 2001, I founded a company, Still Secure, out in Colorado. And I think it was in 2003 we launched a vulnerability scanner. But that was to scan stuff after, in production.
Right.
That was to scan your assets out there, your servers, your footprint. A big thing, AppSec came. And the idea of scanning pre-deployment, wow.
Right.
Like a mind blower.
Yeah.
And now over the years, OWASP, everything, we've seen AppSec really grow up. You've got static scanning or static code analysis, as you mentioned. You've got software composition analysis, right? Open source stuff. You have dynamic scanning.
Right.
And then a lot of vendors have their own little initials for the kind of scanning they do. But this gentleman yesterday said that doing dynamic scanning pre-deployment was just wasteful.
Yeah.
Interested, agree, disagree, why?
Well, so I mean, these are subjective views, right? We all come from a different lens, if you will. We're looking at it differently. I mean, to me, different types of applications lend themselves to different types of scanning. We primarily play in sort of the embedded arena, where you're talking about automotive, aerospace, government, and those kinds of applications are more running lower level code. And so static analysis and software composition analysis is absolutely paramount. Dynamic or interactive doesn't really apply to those types of use cases and those kinds of applications, whereas it obviously does when you're talking about web applications and things of that nature. So I feel like it really comes down to the computing platform and the application that you're creating and the target audience, and which of those different types of sort of AST capabilities is primary versus secondary. And so I think it comes down that to me is really the right answer versus, hey, this one technology is great regardless of use case or technology or computing platform.
Never black or white.
Exactly.
Right.
Excellent. All right. Hey, Vince, I got to turn over the rest of this interview to you now. You've got some exciting news to tell us about Grammatech, and go ahead.
Yeah, absolutely. So as somebody that's in the space, you're well aware of the sort of recent, I'd say in the last 18 months or so, supply chain security attacks. SolarWinds. We had obviously a big effect there from with Sunburst and that whole SolarWinds event. We had which occurred last year as well. There was a different malware scanner. So all these different sort of known supply chain and security attacks that took place in the last 18 months have led to more of an emphasis, right? We've seen the government step in with the EO 14028.
Yep.
We've seen follow up from that. That's actually actionable and tangible now after that came out in May of 21. And so what we're seeing is, in my opinion, this is just my 2 cents, we're seeing that zero trust mindset that has for the last 10 years been applied to network security or cloud security. We're seeing that zero trust mindset, not necessarily architecture, but mindset applied to applications. And so obviously, to your point just now, when you're building your applications, you've already shifted left, or you're planning to, in order to have security take place right in the snippet of code that the developer's coding. But what about the third-party applications? What about the supply chain applications that are a critical part of your ecosystem that you've kind of blindly trusted? Well, it seems like, at least from the things we're seeing and talking to customers about, that mindset is shifting to a zero trust as well. And that I know this vendor, I trust them, but I'm still going to make sure the code is what they say it is. Exactly. And so in some cases, you trust a vendor, you still want to verify. In some cases, you might have a smaller division using an application that you don't even trust. And so you want to do verification on that. So we're seeing, and that's kind of called, a high risk profile application. So we're seeing that mindset shift to where customers, large Fortune 1000 companies are looking at this and saying, we have to do something about this, not just the code that we're writing, but let's put a plan in place so that we're less susceptible to supply chain attacks. We can proactively get ahead of what the vendors are giving us and take it from there.
So look, this whole SBOM thing,
yeah,
right, is blown up as a result of this, right?
Yes.
It's a guy out of the government, Alan Friedman. He was with us at RSA last year. He's like the father.
Yes,
anyway,
grandfather,
he's
like Johnny Appleseed here, right? Planting SBOM kind of stuff all over the place. I thought this is sort of something that SBOMs are supposed to be helping with.
Yeah, you're right. It's definitely becoming a key element of software supply chain attacks and the things that you can do with that. We're seeing more and more vendors pop up that are doing something about either creating an SBOM or managing an SBOM, or aggregating a bunch of SBOMs and then allowing for you to submit that together. So yes, a software bill of materials is critical, absolutely paramount, sort of foundational, if you will, to software supply chain management and security. But that's just one element of it, right? So whether you're creating it from your own code, whether you're trying to create one from third-party code, that's the initial process, right? And so then what do you do with it? Because remember, as Alan's echoed for over a decade, an SBOM is just an inventory list, right? It tells you what's inside, just like an ingredients list, but it doesn't tell you what the next step is, right? It doesn't tell you what's vulnerable within there or what's actionable that you need to address right away. And so it's a multi-pronged process to really get your arms around the software supply chain security aspect of things. But I completely agree. You can't act on anything until you know what's inside, which is what an SBOM helps you really do, whether you're doing one yourself or you're getting one from a vendor that you can then, to your point, verify.
So, we could probably have a whole full day discussion on what SBOMs and how they work, how they should work, all of that. I want to hear more about this new Grammatech platform, though.
Yeah.
Take that struggle. So I got an SBOM. Big deal. How are you helping me with that?
Right. So we launched. So as I mentioned, I joined here about 3 years ago, and we had a sort of a legacy product, Code Sonar, that's done really well in the static analysis space. That investment for us continues, and because of Shift left, that product's getting a lot of adoption as well. But we decided to expand the portfolio and launch a new capability based on some work we had done with DoD CIO office back in 2016. Mm-hmm. And so we really leveraged the basis of that. And we created Code Sentry. And Code Sentry is really about creating an SBOM, identifying open source components, vulnerabilities, and educating the customer on what's inside, third-party applications. So obviously there's source code SCA, and we've seen that space evolve and mature and become more mainstream, Black Duck and many others. But that's really applicable to the source code that you're building. What about the binaries that you're getting from your vendors or your tier 1, tier 2 providers if you're an automotive company? What about applications you're bringing in-house that you are going to deploy to 100,000 workstations? How are you enabling any kind of trust within those? Are you just looking at a spreadsheet with the BSIM, output from the vendor? Are you now going to look at their SBOM and just trust that? So what Code Sentry does is it takes various types of binaries, archive files, zip files, EXEs, DLLs, shared objects, you name it. It covers desktop, mobile, embedded, web, firmware. And so all those different type of input files can be ingested by Code Sentry. And the very first thing it does as it analyzes those files individually within an archive is it tells you what open source components reside within the EXE, for example. And so that's step one, right? And step two is once we've identified that, we tell you what version is part of that open source component. Then, of course, we are equipped now to tell you what CVEs are associated to that, vulnerabilities tied to, let's say, OpenSSL, 113J, for example. And so all of that data that we can give you is all tied to our ability to be able to dissect, different types of binaries. And now you get a report at the end of this, an SBOM being an example of a type of output, to where you now have visibility to what's inside, an application that your whole organization is using. Historically, you've either depended on the vendor and trusted them, or you've had your pen testing team manually hack away at it for weeks or months using a variety of open source tools and things they've created. But what we can do is we can actually take that application and we can go through it and tell you anything and everything that's open source. What is it? What version is it? What license is it associated to? GPL, LGPL, and then obviously, vulnerability data associated to that. So that's really the uniqueness of this tool compared to others in the market. But at the end of the day, all those tools are a key part of the shift that's occurring for software supply chain security capabilities.
Absolutely. Vince, where is this in terms of available to the public? How did they engage?
Yeah, so we launched it last year. We've already seen some pretty significant adoption, especially in government and a few other verticals that you would think have to know what's inside those kinds of applications. The whole notion of trust but verify, really applies to certain verticals right away, and that's really where this technology is resonating. So yeah, it's been out for about a year. We just launched a version last month, which is why we thought it was good to get in with you guys here as an example. Is now we cover all those different computing platforms: desktop, server, mobile, web, embedded, firmware, different types. And so because you could be an embedded customer, you could be a customer that just wants to scan COTS applications that you're acquiring before you deploy them. We have government agencies that are working with vendors and they want to scan GOTS applications, government off the shelf. Sure. We have software vendors that are building a game or a complicated system. It takes a long time. They can create an SBOM for what they're building, but it's kind of a mess because it's taken them months or years to build that. Whereas if you use a tool like this at the tail end of your SDLC, now you get the output of that right away, as far as open source components, versions, vulnerability information, license information, remediation information. We even go far as to sort of things like social risk score. So is this vulnerability being talked about in a social setting, right? In different types of social settings. So a lot of things that we provide visibility to that you typically don't have.
I love it, man. Hey, for people who we're running low on time, but for people who want to get more information, Vince, should they just go to grammatech.com or where within the website?
Yeah, grammatech.com. We've got a couple products listed there. Code Sentry is the product that this interview is about. And so that really is the product that helps you understand your risks from a software supply chain perspective, produces SBOMs for, end applications, production applications, binaries, whatever you want to call them. And so, this is a very nascent space. So there's a lot of education still occurring. A lot of people in your audience probably don't even know what an SBOM is. But so it's early, embryonic, as we know some analysts like to call it, but it's going to catch fire. And to your point, it's kind of all the rage in a lot of these conferences and, so on and so forth.
Absolutely. Hey, I just going to put you on the spot. Spell Grammatech for me.
GRAMMA Tech,
TECH.com. That's the website, folks.
That's right.
Hey, Vince.
Good luck with this. I know it was your first time on, but don't be shy. Come on back. Keep us posted. This whole software supply chain, I think 2023, and we put on a show in January every year called Predict, where we talk about what the big stories are coming up. I think software supply chain is going to be a big part of 2023. Our own Techstrong research team will be talking about it. Maybe we invite you back for that. But keep us posted, and best of luck with Grammatech.
Absolutely. Thank you, Alan, and look forward to our next time together.
All right. We're going to take a break on Techstrong. We'll be right back.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey, everyone. Thank you for joining us for another Techstrong event. I am happy to have Lorelei Catapan from Active State here on Techstrong TV. And it's her first time on, so let's welcome her. Hey, Lorelei, how are you?
Hey, Alan. I'm good. Good. Thank you.
So, Lorelei, you have the honor of being, I think, the first Active State person we've ever interviewed on Techstrong TV. So it kind of falls on your shoulders then to carry it. Tell our audience a little bit about Active State. What's the company do?
Absolutely. So Active State has been around actually for at least 20 years. It's gone through various journey, have pivoted a couple times, and now Active State is in the open source, securing open source supply chain. And where we're at is essentially solving the problem and the pains of dealing with open source dependencies, whether that's Python, NPM, and so forth. And what we provide is, we provide the solutions for all software vendors to ensure that the software that they're building is secure, from source to components, artifacts, binaries. And that's where we really are, where we shine. We have a secure build service that allows you to input all of your dependencies. And then we build all of those dependencies from source, ensure they all build correctly. They build in a hermetic, secure way, and produce for you a reproducible runtime. And all of the artifacts have attestations and provide you the SBOMs. So, you may have heard developers, they love using open source, but what they hate is having to deal with the dependency hell, deal with ensuring that there's no tampering on those dependencies that they're consuming for building their software. And that's what Active State does.
How timely. I mean, that's certainly a big issue today, where when you have the majority of the code in a lot of these apps actually being open source components, and those components themselves are not kind of monolithic. They're made of yet other components,
Exactly.
artifacts and scriptlets and what have you. It gets messy really quickly, right? Trying to figure out what the heck's really in there. That's great. Hey, Lorelei, before we jump into the latest news out of Active State, I wanted to give people a little bit of your background, because this is an area where you've been involved in for a while.
Yes. So I'm a developer at heart. Right out of college, I was a programmer, developer, software engineer, became an architect, and then eventually got into product, where I really found my passion, and specifically in the domain of DevOps. And, I spent a good chunk of my time in a couple startups, and then moved on to Oracle, where I was there for about 13 years, from Fusion apps to middleware, and then found my way to JFrog, and really, loved the products that they sell. And that's where really I found my passion. So spent some time at JFrog for 4 years before joining Active State. So, I'm really passionate about DevOps, passionate about solving the pains that developers are dealing with day in, day out, as they build their software, especially with the secure software supply chain now being front and center, and developers wanting to just code fast and be innovative and so forth. And now there's security that they have to deal with. And so my passion is to help them become a developer again, and become a secure developer. So
cool. All right, let's first of all, thank you for that, and thank you for the background on Active State. Let's jump into the latest news from Active State. They recently had an announcement. I don't want to steal the story. It's your story. Why don't you tell the folks about this latest innovation?
Absolutely. So, with the recent news from the executive order, really putting down the hammer on securing all of the software that all U.S. government agencies are consuming and using, ensuring that there's attestations, ensuring that they have SBOM in place. And with Active State now having had 20 years of experience in this space, we feel like it's finally come there. We feel that we were at least a couple of years ahead of any other vendors out there in this providing this kind of solution. There's also, I don't know if you're familiar with Salsa. So they provide, it's essentially starts for supply chain levels for software artifacts. And so what they provide are frameworks to and best practices to ensure the integrity of artifacts. Specifically for any kind of artifacts, including open source artifacts. And so having both of those, we've really positioned our solution and our value proposition around that. And so what we do is essentially we turn, open source from source, building from source all the way to the binaries. And that's that. And so the recent releases that we've done, we are now providing SBOMs, software bill of materials, for all of the dependencies in your runtime. So what Active State does is it provides you a runtime that has all of the dependencies that you need to be able to run your software, be able to develop your software. And then soon after that, we have now released the ability to have attestations for every single artifact that you're using or you're consuming for your software. And so this is the biggest thing. We believe that This is something that every software vendor, especially those that are providing services or providing software to the U.S. government agencies or U.S. government contractors, are going to need. And so we're very excited about that the recent release, and we're going to continue to expand on that as the standards evolve.
Sure.
So yeah.
What's interesting is, and I've been through this, right? I had started a cybersecurity company in the early 2000s, sold primarily 60-70% of our business was DoD and various other agencies. And what was interesting is you see rather quickly that oftentimes the standards that the feds adopt, that the federal government adopts, rather quickly becomes industry standard too, right? Next, after that, usually the financial industry says, wait a sec, if they're doing it, we should do it too. And then it's the healthcare industry. Now you got financial, healthcare, manufacturing, and who's left, right? So this does usually, and especially we see it happening with software supply chains and SBOMs and all that. We're seeing rapid awareness and involvement across all industries to say, hey, we got to know what's in here, right? So that we're not the next victim.
Right. Yes. And dealing with direct dependencies, sure, it's a little bit challenging. But then once you get into the transitive dependencies and all of the C libraries that they depend on, right? The native libraries, depending on the operating system that you're dealing with, whether it's Linux, Windows, Mac OS, that's when it becomes really challenging to be able to build and ensure that all of the dependencies and transitive dependencies for your runtime is there. And, they all play well, especially when you have a software with a very large set of dependencies. That's when it can become a big challenge. And that's where, where our customers are really seeing the value of the platform is having this reproducible runtime, being able to build all of their dependencies, and then now having the attestation SBOM in place such that they can trust the runtime of the software that they're getting from Active State.
Got it. So I asked you this off camera. I might as well ask you on camera. Obviously, JFrog, where you used to work, has Artifactory, right? Probably one of the most famous or most widely used repos in the world, strictly for artifacts. How does this complement or compete, or is it just two separate things?
It's really a complementary. Yes, it really does complement JFrog Artifactory in that. So what we provide is also the ability to create a private repository or artifact repository that contains only the dependencies that you need, or the developers are the things, the components, artifacts that your developers should be consuming from. And this could be vetted out by your AppSec, your CISO, your security engineers. And so, as you know, Artifactory can proxy, if you will, other remote repositories out there, such as PyPI, NPM, JCenter, and so forth. So we could become a vetted catalog, a curated catalog with all of the dependencies and artifacts that the developers can then consume from. So it's another remote repository that Artifactory can proxy that will contain all of the dependencies that you have to build your software, ensuring that there is attestation for each of those artifacts.
Excellent. Very cool. Hey, Lorelei, for people who want to get information, what do you recommend they do?
So absolutely get on our website. There is a free tier that you can sign up as a self-serve free tier. You can try it out. There is ability to try the SBOMs and attestations in place. Just sign up for a demo, and then we will ensure that your subscription does have those features in place.
ActiveState.com, ActiveState.io. What's the website?
I'm sorry, activestate.com. Yes.
Excellent. Thank you, Lorelei.
So, and there's a free tier too, man. What more can you ask for?
Exactly. There's a free tier. Try out, get your hands on the platform, and we'd love to get the feedback from developers, from CISOs, from AppSecs, and definitely want to hear from them and provide, if there's any gaps, definitely want to hear them and start working on them.
So I want to emphasize, though, this isn't just for government folks, right?
Anyone who's interested
In software supply chain and attestations and SBOMs and so forth should be looking at this.
That's right. Attestations, the whole security factor is just one value proposition that we provide. The other value proposition is, again, getting through dependency hell, especially if you're building for across different operating system, and the ability to really resolve your dependencies, making sure that they build from source. This is something that we provide. The other value proposition is this reproducible runtime. So, for example, you may have new developers coming into your team, and it takes them some time to set up their development environment. Well, with the ActiveState platform, it takes no time at all to be able to, spin up a runtime environment for your development, and start coding away for and contributing to your software.
Got it. Great stuff. Hey, Lorelei, I want to thank you for being a guest on Techstrong TV.
Thank you, Alan.
This be
The last time, come on more back and keep us posted.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you, and I really appreciate your time there.
Not a problem. We'll take a break. We'll be back in Techstrong in a moment.
CISO Talk, to hear how real-world CISOs are dealing with today's real-world issues. From enabling secure remote workers to accelerating secure cloud adoption, defending against a pandemic of security attacks and beyond. CISO Talk covers the cyber topics you want to learn about. With your hosts, Unisys CISO Matt Newfield and Media Ops CEO Alan Schimmel, featuring a revolving panel of CISO cyber experts. This is where CISOs talk. Join us on digitalanarchist.com and techstrong.tv.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey guys, we're back at the Open Source Summit in Dublin, Ireland. We're going to be talking with Anna Jimenez Santamaria, who is the program manager for something called To Do. And we're also going to be talking about a lot of research that they just came out with or are about to launch. And it's going to be an ongoing project. And then hopefully all you guys will want to participate in. Anna, welcome to the show.
Hi, welcome. Thank you.
So the research program that you guys launched does what exactly? What's the goal? What's the thought process here? And is this going to be global for that matter?
Yeah, so today we just announced that OSPOCon, that is one of the micro conference happening here and at Open Source Summit, the OSPO survey. So we have been conducted at the To-Do group this over the past 5 years. So these are the results of this year's survey, and we are trying to get the pulse of the OSPO adoption across regions and sectors. How is this evolving in Europe, but also in Asia Pacific time zones and regions, and also in the States, in Canada. So how this adoption is evolving worldwide, and where are the challenges, and if organizations implementing OSPOs are seeing actual benefits of creating this centralized place where open source is catalyzed and structured, and see how is this evolving.
Are you seeing different patterns in different geographic regions? I mean, or I guess not all folks are the same, but do they lean one way for some things and for others? And what's popping up?
Yeah, so indeed we are seeing many differences. So to give you some context, OSPOS initially started, it's a decade old. And initially started in the States in software big corporations, AWS, Microsoft, Google, all of them, they have really structured and mature OSPOs. And in fact, the story of To The Group is that it started as a group of organizations having an OSPO, and they wanted to build this common place where they share common resources, best practices, in a transparent way to help them and also help others in their OSPO journey, those organizations that they don't know how to start an OSPO and they need this guidance. They can go to all these public resources and even share their learnings and contribute to them. So we've seen that from this big corp-only resource that was 10 years ago, it has evolved a lot. Now, for instance, in the recent results, we have seen that OSPOs have critical. It's a critical key adoption for small organizations in their engineering teams rather than in big corporations. And that is really interesting because, for instance, in Europe, most of the organizations are not big corporations. They are small and medium ones. And over the past years, we've seen that this transition that OSPOs are not only for big corporations, but they can be also important for small to medium-sized companies, because it's more not about the team and building a full-time employees with 10 people, but it's more about, is your organization really into open source? Is it really putting efforts into funding open source and take open source seriously? Are they adopting a strategic posture around open source to increase this continuity of the program and on the open source efforts? And that is what an OSPO is. So if any organization, no matter the size, really cares about open source and all the security and legal aspects and community building, and they really understand the value of giving back to the community and not just consuming, they should be starting an OSPO. And I think in the recent results, that is something that we are seeing. We are seeing this kind of mindset, change in the mindset and the evolution of the OSPO.
A lot of companies, it seems like the spirit is willing, they just don't know how to actually go out and do something in open source and participate with these things. So is this part of the equation, is you guys are just trying to figure out a way to make it easier for companies to build these programs, get off the ground, including all the legal paperwork that goes with that, and it's not just about having a bunch of developers that are happy to contribute code. There has to be some mechanism to make it all happen.
Yeah, indeed. In fact, an open source program office existed to build these policies and processes that are also so needed in many organizations. In fact, I was reading some minutes ago the latest report of the Europe Spotlight results, and they were saying in Europe that many governments and public institutions, they have really issues in having clearance on the open source policies and processes to follow. So an OSPO can be this vehicle of building these processes and policies and give this strategic vision before doing open source ad hoc. So it's that step of moving from open source ad hoc, like, oh, my developers, because organizations knows that developers are using open source, and it's like, oh, okay, let's see how can we reduce risk, and that's all, but we don't care about anything else. So adopting an OSPO is a way to moving from this open source ad hoc to become more a strategic decision-making partners and infuse open source learnings to the whole organization, because it's this layer of I'm the vehicle to translate open source to the whole teams, to all the different teams. So the value of open source, it's clear, and there is this change of mindset in the entire organization.
It's also become an issue because developers want to work for people who contribute to the open source community, And so it's not just a nice to have for the company, it's actually becoming a little more strategic, at least as I understand it, because developers are voting for their feet to go work for companies that contribute to open source. So is that part of the math that goes into creating a program?
Oh yeah, indeed. There is a question in the survey results that are the states like what are the benefits of building an OSPO. So those organizations that have currently an OSPO, I think it was number 2 benefit was to recruit and attain talent. I think also if you filter between regions, I think that was mainly for Canada and States OSPO organizations, while in Europe the main top benefit was driving innovation and digital transformation. But in fact, it's clearly one of the many benefits an OSPO can bring to the organization.
So in your research that you've done, what surprised you? Was there anything in there that you didn't expect or that kind of leapt out at you and wow, it said, I never would have thought that would happen?
So I was reading that in Europe there is I think it was 44% of respondents said that they didn't invest in open source mentorship and talent, and I saw that like a really a big issue. And this, they didn't have it didn't differentiate between they had an OSPO or not. They were just saying like, we know open source is important, but they are not investing in talent and mentorship. And I think this is one of the main first things you need to do if you really want to have the organizations really understand open source and contribute back and engage in communities, and also have the team understanding that and know how to contribute. So I see that as an issue, and maybe an OSPO can be a solution for that, since an OSPO, it's this place where the organization, if they have problems or issues about open source, they can rely on them, and they can also act as this mentorship ambassadors and educators of open source. So might be a potential way to ease and to help with this issue of lack of mentorship in European regions.
Yeah. And part of the issue becomes if I don't know how to engage, then I can't give back to the community, and that results in this conversation we're having about the imbalance that exists between all the organizations that are consuming open source but not helping to maintain those projects, and they find themselves dependent upon 3 or 4 people who are overloaded, and we just don't have the mechanisms in place to help those people through these types of programs. So it becomes kind of almost a virtuous cycle, I would think. So is that part of the thought process, is educating people about, hey, if you keep using all this software, you're going to have more log4j issues because not enough people are contributing to these projects, and this is the mechanism to fix that.
So I would say OSPOs act as these partners of and advise the organization on which open source projects matters to them, which open source they should be taking care about, and if they care about and they are using it, how to give back to the community. So at some point, OSPOs are great resource to open source sustainability, in my honest opinion. I've known OSPOs that they have been creating great initiatives to help open source sustainability. For instance, this is public. Spotify OSPO launched the FOSS Fund to fund independent projects and maintainers from independent projects, and I think that is a big win for both, for the organization and also for the open source ecosystem, because thanks to this centralized place inside the organization, they have voice for the organization, and they are helping to nurture these open source projects that maybe they cannot be sustainable in the long term, but thanks to these organizations that are giving back, and they keep training the organization of what are the next steps to be open source first citizens and build healthy relationships with the open source ecosystem. They can also invest in open source sustainability.
All right. Anna, thanks for being on the show and sharing your insights.
Yeah, thank you so much.
All right. Guys, you heard it here. The way to do the right thing is set up your own little open source program office, and these guys will show you how. Thanks for watching, and we'll be right back.
Looking for a live conference focused on the tools, technologies, and practices most important to your business? Innotech conferences are live one-day business and technology conferences highlighting the latest in trends for IT leaders, developers, and IT professionals. Each event combines education, innovation, peer-to-peer networking, and the latest technology and business solutions for a diverse IT-focused audience. Innotech conferences occur throughout the year in strategic regional locations, bringing together technology professionals from various industries to learn about the solutions, practices, and tools impacting their day-to-day work and gain insight into what's to come. Presenters at Innotech conferences are selected and curated to ensure each session provides the most up-to-date and relevant information without any hype. Whether you're interested in digital transformation, cybersecurity, cloud, IT leadership, or DevOps, Innotech conferences deliver. 2022 events are scheduled to be held in Austin, Dallas, Oklahoma City, Houston, and Washington, D.C. Innotech conferences are produced by Techstrong Live and powered by Techstrong Group.
Hey everyone, happy Monday. Cody J. Brown here with some upcoming programs from Techstrong Learning. First up, kicking off tomorrow, Tuesday, November 11th at 11 a.m. Eastern, Sumo Logic brings you an expert panel titled AAA, Analytics, Automation, and AI Ops. Our speakers will review experiences using AI Ops and anomaly detection and discuss how analytics are the foundation for great observability. Following at 1 p.m. Eastern, Chronosphere is joining us on DevOps.com to tell us why distributed tracing doesn't have to suck. As we continue to move away from monolithic architectures, it's become evident that we need to reevaluate how we search for and identify issues in our workflows. So let's take a fresh look at distributed tracing. And last but not least, Thursday at 3 p.m. Eastern, tune in for Overcoming Release Management Transformation Challenges. Waterfall update releases have shown themselves to be slow and problematic in our fast-paced digital age, and moving to more frequent, smaller patches comes with a set of obstacles all its own. Our panel aims to help you start small to overcome these big challenges. That's all I've got for you right now, but we do have plenty of upcoming and on-demand programs for you here at Techstrong Learning, so stay tuned.
Previously on Engineering the Change.
The program at Boca Code was amazing.
My career is completely changed from barely being able to, hold down a job to now being sought after by some of the biggest tech companies in the world.
Boca Code has built me up.
If you grant me the scholarship, like I said, I will share my knowledge with people, with women or immigrants.
Dreamed of having the opportunity to show the world, how great I can be.
I feel that anything I do my best in. So wherever I end up, I'm going to do the best I can to make sure I'm making a positive impact. So this scholarship would definitely assist me in changing the trajectory of my life.
To tell Carly about her winning. She is so pumped to to really embark on her career as a software engineer. All right, Carly, we got the whole camera crew with us. All right, come on in, guys. We're coming in. Carly, I'm sorry, your name?
Harold.
Harold?
Yes.
So we're making this presentation of $10,000.
You got it?
We got some puppies. Just go right in.
Is this?
For sure? Oh, here, the camera.
Huh? What?
Puppies coming over here. Hey, how you doing? Donald, we're here. Hey, man. How are you? I want to present you with this.
Oh my gosh.
We had a tough time. We couldn't pick the finalists. You guys are all great. You said you're going to be great engineers. So you're in.
Oh my gosh. Awesome. Thank you so much. This is a very awesome opportunity, and I look forward to strive for the best. Awesome. Thank you.
You're going to be a great engineer, man. Thank you so much, Donald. You know, this was by far the strongest class of people we had who applied for the scholarship. We were able to get it down to 3 finalists, but then in meeting with the judges, we couldn't pick a winner. So what we decided to do is just pick all 3 finalists as winners, and so we want to make this contribution to your life. And we're going to award Stephanie Sanchez as one of our 3 Spring 2022 winners of the Engineering the Change Scholarship. Stephanie, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Hey everyone, I'm Alan Schimmel, CEO of Techstrong Group. We are a tech media company based here in Boca Raton, Florida, and we have been for 8 years. I've been a resident of Boca Raton for 20 years now, and it's always been one of my hopes, aspirations, is that South Florida would become a tech hub. So we opened this program, it's called Engineering the Change, to underserved communities including women, people of color, but any underserved community in the tech space, right? When I look back, and we have some of the past winners here with us, and I look at the difference it's made in the community, in their lives, it's something to be really proud of.
So, you know, one of the things that Boca Code really takes is partnerships with companies like Techstrong and other local companies, because we need them to, you know, to help support the school, and we need them to, you know, to hire and interview our students as well.
I'm going to introduce some of our past winners and just have them briefly talk a little bit about, you know, how their life has gone since taking this class.
When I received the scholarship, I had a lot of mixed emotions. I was scared but excited for this new chapter. I had worked in the tech industry, but I had never been in an engineering role. You know, the people at Boca Code, Todd, who I affectionately call Coach, because I kind of think of him as the coach in a game, they guide me step by step the whole process. When I graduated from the cohort, I had over 10 offers from tier 2 and tier 1 tech companies, and I had my pick, which was the first time in my life I really had to make a choice where it was completely my decision.
The scholarship changed my life, really from 0 to 100. As I said before, I was in a state that I was really lost in terms of my career. I had a neuroscience degree from FAU, but I couldn't get a job. Once I got the scholarship and I did the 10 weeks at Boca Code, it completely changed my life to better, because now I have found actually my passion, which is not just tech, but being able to help women get into this field.
Winning the scholarship was once in a lifetime opportunity to change my career. The program at Boca Code was amazing. I studied a lot of fundamentals of software engineering, and I proved myself that I'm capable of being a successful developer. At that time, I couldn't even imagine how I would need this job in 3 months when the war hit my homeland, Ukraine, and this salary of software developer gave me opportunity to help Ukrainian people in this hard time.
So this year, we wound up with 3 finalists for the scholarship, and we brought them into our panel of judges, and each of the finalists were interviewed, and then the judges got together and we had to pick just one. We tried to pick just one, and we really couldn't pick just one. And there were 3 outstanding candidates. And so what we've decided is to give all 3 of them scholarships. First person is Carly Dorless.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. So
I'll hold the check for you later.
I will do my best to be successful and to help other women and other people.
Our next winner of the Engineering the Change Scholarship for 2022 is a gentleman named Donald Vizio, and Donald will tell you his story. Donald, come on up.
First of all, I want to thank Techstrong, Todd, for introducing me to the scholarship. And, this is an amazing opportunity coming from Haiti. And I hope with this opportunity that Techstrong and Todd introduced me to, I hope to introduce it to others just like myself and give back to my community and show them that, software engineering is cool. It's not just for nerds.
Our third winner for this year's Engineering the Change Scholarship is Stephanie Sanchez.
First of all, thank you both for this opportunity, and congratulations to my fellow recipients. I know we're going to make a significant change in the world. I come from a background of social work, and so I hope to be able to continue to put the people aspect in technology as we help others around us. I'm so grateful to be able to be a part of this. Thank you.
ContainerJournal.com is the leading online destination for centralized computing-related content. ContainerJournal.com covers all aspects of software containers, from container management, data management for containers, container security, networking for containers, to the entire container ecosystem, Kubernetes, microservices, serverless, and more. ContainerJournal.com has the largest selection of container-related news, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.containerjournal.com to learn more.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey guys, thanks for the throw. We're here with Peter Manny, who's Chief Strategy Officer for Stamus Networks, and Eric LeBon, who's their CTO. And we're talking about a new book that they have published that helps people navigate what's going on with the open source Cicada intrusion detection, intrusion prevention system. Gentlemen, welcome to the show.
Hello, Michael. Hello, everyone.
All right.
Hello, good to be here.
Eric, let's start with you. Why did you feel the need to write this book? There's clearly existing documentation, but what is it that you're hoping folks will take away from this?
Yeah, so if you look at the excellent documentation from the Suricata project that describe all the intrusion detection system, all the network security monitoring capabilities of Suricata, you have to read 600 or 700 pages that are meant to be used as reference. So what we wanted to provide with this book is a coverage of what we think is important with Suricata in a shorter volume with easily accessible chapter where we describe different things that you can do with this software.
Peter, do you think the adoption of this type of platform is on the upswing or downswing? Because we've been talking about intrusion prevention and detection for, feels like a decade or more. And It's always number 3 on the list of things that people do, but it's usually below the 50% adoption rate. But what are you seeing these days in terms of intrusion prevention and detection? Are we taking it more seriously?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially with the rise, the past decade, shall we say, of all sorts of malware threat actors. But you bring on a good point, actually. One of the advantages of Suricata is it has multiple benefits when you actually deploy it. And one of them is IPS, but it can also be a full-blown network security monitoring engine, whereas it will not only generate alerts, but all sorts of network protocol forensics that could be used by incident response teamers. And to be very honest, that's one major part of why we actually made the book, because we actually incorporated some of that knowledge in there, which is good not only for beginners but also for advanced users, kind of experience from the field, if you will, that we hope many folks will find it useful.
Eric, open source is widely used in just about every IT sector there is, with perhaps maybe the exception of cybersecurity. So are we starting to see more usage and reliance on open source in the security space? And if so, what's changing?
I think people are working more and more on working together. They want open format to exchange. So even if open source cybersecurity was something really there since really long, it is increasing in usage because as people want to work together, they are using open source tool and open standard to communicate. So we see, I think, a large adoption of tools like Suricata because it's easy to implement and you can scale it super fast and you get a lot of information, a lot of data that are really valuable for the companies. So I think this is this mix that you are not bound to the vision of one editor, but you can build your own set of tools and mechanism and process to have a solution that fits your organization.
All right. Peter, are the bad guys getting more sophisticated, or is it just the volume of attacks is increasing? Or I guess I would like your perspective on, are we winning or losing this here cybersecurity war?
Yes, the attackers are getting better and the volume gets bigger. We definitely need to actually keep up the fight for sure, and that's what a lot of us and colleagues are doing, both out on the field, and we just have to keep at it. There's no other ways around it, because if we don't do it, it will mean that we basically gave up, and that's not what we're about to do, and that's not what we will do. We're not in that business and business of quitting, and we just keep up the fight against the bad guys. And this is why one of the reasons is actually we incorporate knowledge from actually the field and experiences from different that we had from different some of the biggest cyber exercises in there as well that we find useful. And we hope the reader will also find it useful as well.
Eric, do you think we're going to rely more on automation and AI going forward? And does that have a role in this platform? Because we hear about the shortage of cybersecurity people all the time. So how are we going to level the playing field?
The shortage is real. That's really a big problem. And for instance, at Stamus Networks, the company where we did co-found with Peter, we are working on helping on top of Suricata to have something that requires less work for the people. So less people can do more stuff, more analysis, more detection with our product. And to do that, you need some process, you need some algorithm. And yes, machine learning and stuff like this are a solution for this problem. That's not the only solution, but it can help. I don't really believe it can be a silver bullet, We have seen a lot of vendors that claim to only use AI when they're using, in fact, a mix of technique, because it's by mixing technique that you manage to have a bigger coverage of a threat and then manage to lower the task and the amount of work that is needed for the cybersecurity analyst.
Peter, how big is this open source community and how do people get involved in it? Because it seems like there's just a lot of places to join, but what are you hoping for? What are you looking for?
Well, actually, our strength comes in numbers and versatility when we're talking about blue teams, defenders, and that's what we do. In the cybersecurity aspect of it. So you can. Our community is actually global. We have people from all continents, all time zones. There is always somebody that will be there on either on chat or on the email or on the forum ready to help out. There is a live Discord server chat and a forum.io Suricata. You can get all the help that you need to get. Plus, including there's a high chance that there's always somebody that have already done a similar thing that you're trying to figure out or able to answer your question. So that's always kind of helpful, knowing that it's handy and knowing that it's there. We have constantly grown our community. And we're actually, next week, we have one of our annual conferences, which is Suricon, and needs to be held in Athens, Greece. And these numbers always grow, and we see more interesting ideas, more interesting exchange, and that's where the real power comes in. Because with open source, you can actually you do that. You open it and you share it for suggestions, ideas, collaboration, and that is a huge enablement in the cybersecurity industry, I believe.
Eric, what's that one thing that you see people doing that makes you just shake your head and go, I can't believe we're still fighting this issue or still struggling with this particular issue? I guess I'm asking you, what's your pet peeve of the moment for cybersecurity?
I would say people not complaining. People think that things are as they are, on things we cannot do a change. Exactly in line with your idea or discussion on open source on community. If you start to exchange, if you start to think that you can make a change only maybe just by complaining and better by contributing, then things start to progress and move fast. So that's something I start to say since a few years now. Please complain. Just say that things are not okay, politely, and then maybe people will find idea to fix it or will fix it. And sometimes it's something that is not usable, and in 10 minutes of code, you've got a fix when you know how to do it. So yeah, please complain.
All right, Peter, as a follow-up to that, do you think the cybersecurity community in general has gotten a little too passive? Do we need to get a little more aggressive? I mean, what's your sense of the mood of the crowd?
Not necessarily passive. We're just getting hit on from all sides, to be very honest, which is normal and expected. But I believe one huge potential plus could be in collaboration. More collaborations, more integrations, more openness about what we're trying to do and how. And that ultimately comes to feedback, a feedback of tools, techniques that I use, what kind of works, what doesn't, and get that all sorts of experts from different parts of the field kind of on it and discussing and making sure it's beneficial for everybody and we move on forward with it. But that is not going to happen without actually openness and collaboration. And feedback is hugely important. One of the benefits of the open source Suricata as well is like the base of it is open source. So actually that enables a lot of feedback and a lot of complaining, as my colleague Eric mentioned. So, but that it always helps if different professionals from parts of the field actually collaborate and we do more towards integration. I think that's one of the keys there.
Eric, how do we achieve that goal? Because the bad guys are clearly collaborating much more aggressively than the good guys are. And the good guys, a lot of times in the security industry, they hold their cards close to their vest and they don't necessarily share. So is there something we need to do where maybe, you know, we just put everybody in a room and figure out some way to collaborate? Or what's your best advice, or, you know, what's your dream list wish of ways of collaborating?
So I'm from France, so European. I think there is a strong movement. Maybe I'm a bit biased because I'm from the open source community, but I've seen so many big names associated to collaboration between entities. For instance, if you take the project that is MISP, Malware Information Sharing Platform, it's just about multiple organizations sharing threat intelligence, sharing tactics from attackers together at a large scale. We are talking about some MISP instances with the biggest name in Europe, governmental and companies that are working together to exchange the information faster than the attacker can exchange their information on their side. So I think this is a big plus. That's something that should spread out far more to be even more efficient. I know that there is some people that don't want to share information because they think that it's going to be a problem for them. But at least if some are doing it, make them benefit from their finding, it will help everybody. And I think that's really something people should work more on, sharing information. You got level of trust in this kind of tool where you can just share exactly what you know is not touching your intellectual property or any of critical part of information about your information system. So yeah, please try this method, and I think you can have better result. If all the company from one sector work together, they will work together against attackers that do exactly the same, like going after all the hospital, like going after all the aeronautics industry. This is campaigns that are often done by state or by mafia at the same moment with the same target. So we need to work the same way.
All right, folks, you heard it here in the spirit of the book. Cybersecurity sharing is caring. Gentlemen, thank you for being on the show.
Thank you.
Pleasure being here. Thank you very much.
All right, back to you guys in the studio.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey guys, thanks for the throw. We're here with Ann Schlemmer, who's the newly appointed CEO for Percona. They're a provider of some services, and they also curate open source instances of various databases that are out there, and they make them enterprise class. And we're going to be talking about what are the challenges in bringing open source databases into the enterprise these days. And welcome to the show.
Nice to be here, Mike. Thanks for having me.
The enterprise as we know it has always been full of various commercial databases, and folks are making that transition to open source databases. But from your perspective, what are the challenges they face? What do they need help in? And what is your sense of the momentum for making that shift to open source these days?
Well, what we see at Percona is continued adoption on open source. And there's various reasons as why the enterprise, I'd say in today's environment and what's going on with the economics, everyone's looking at cost for sure, right? So total cost of ownership is something that's there. But on top of that, you want to have making sure that there's security as well as availability. And I would also say just reliability on that side. We continue to see the momentum not across just the enterprises, but also in the government space as well, of some mandates of saying moving over to open source. So we see that momentum there, but we also see that developers continue to drive more of the adoption. They want to be going to market as quickly as they can. They just expect the database to work. So over the past 10 to 15 years, we definitely have seen a change in the market that way. So open source allows for innovation, quicker innovation for sure is what we've been seeing here at Percona.
Who is managing these databases once they get deployed? Because frequently, to your point, they are brought in by a development team, but then they move on to their next project. So are we still seeing DBAs in the enterprise, or are people relying more on managed services from somebody else to manage the database, or is the developer team just taking ownership of that as we shift proverbial left, as they say?
Right. You definitely, we hear in the market, I haven't heard as much recently, but a couple of years ago, it was like, is the DBA even a role that's needed anymore? We're going to say it is, but the developers don't care about it. Like I just said, they just expect it to work on that side. But we do see within the enterprises, there are definitely teams that are managing the infrastructure. They need to have that database experience, but some are coming to folks like Percona, coming to us for the managed services, that we continue to have that deep DBA database expertise that is harder and harder for folks to find at the enterprise level, right? To staff it that way. Also, with the advent of the cloud, there could be that perception of, again, it just works, the database works, while self-service and spinning up a database instance is great. It doesn't guarantee that you're going to have the performance that you need. It's not performant. It's not necessarily dealing with your configurations. So that's where we see our strength in bringing together both software and services to help with that expertise that, frankly, is maybe being shifted over to SREs now or DevOps on that side of it. So keeping that expertise in-house is more challenging than it used to be.
All right. Well, you said the magic word for us, so let's jump into it. What is the role of DevOps teams when it comes to managing databases these days? And we hear a lot about data ops. Is that becoming a thing? And is data ops and DevOps two sides of the same coin? What's your perspective?
My perspective is sometimes I like to just step back a little bit and say, what really needs to get done? While I made the comment earlier, potentially devs don't want to think about or care about the database, it's vitally important for your product, right? For their mission critical applications, you need to have a strong database on that side of it. So I believe that in that DevOps space, you're still going to need that area of expertise. And maybe you farm it out. Maybe we continue to evolve in the database space where with database as a service and looking at that and that self-service piece, how do we continue to evolve in terms of, I don't want to overuse like machine learning and automations, but how do we get those automated remediations and things like that, and using that information that we have to be smarter and to self-heal on that side of it. So is it going to move completely over to the DevOps teams and those groups of folks? I think it remains to be seen. It continues to evolve, but I think it's going to be a mix of using the technology as it continues to get smarter and smarter, but also it still is a vital role, and it has its own segmentation that needs to be cultivated and mindful of.
Yeah, so to your point, the whole process, regardless of who's managing, is going to get a little more automated as we go along, and we'll see more and more of these algorithms thrown at various things. To that degree, just how automated can automated get from your perspective as you kind of look down the road a little bit, and maybe you're a little over the horizon, but what should we expect?
I would say at Percona, what we're seeing is that mix, right? We talk about let's automate those things that might be more manual so that we as humans can dive into some of those challenges that are uniquely served and solved by us as humans on that side. So I personally don't believe that there's going to be full automation there. We're going to need that expertise to talk through things, because what we see at the enterprise, while there's scale, there are different use cases and edge cases that, depending on what your application is, we bump up against. You see people pushing the limits all the time with technology on that side of it. So I think that there's going to be a mix where you're going to need that personal intervention and some of that services side complemented with the automation piece of it.
So you're newly ensconced as the CEO. I'm sure you got a great plan rolled out and raring to go, but maybe it's unfair to ask, but what are you thinking about for the future of the company right now? What do you think are the strategic goals, and where do you hope the company will be in a year from now?
Well, as I'm in this transition, even though I've been within Percona, it definitely is a new role, and I'm taking the time to listen to the team, but then also formulate and executing on the plan that we've had in place. So we're continuing. We have rolled out this year our Percona platform, which is that marriage of software and services. On that side, we're continuing to build that out, meeting the market where it's at, and serve, looking at a database as a service and self-serve on that side. When I project out and think of where we're at, I've been thinking a little bit also on our 3-year timeline, not just our 1 year or 15 months, if you will, looking at between now and exiting 2023. But I see us executing on the plan that we have in place, that we put out there, continuing to bring value to our users and our subscribers in that market. Again, database as a service for private on-prem mix is key to our continued success right now in the near term. That's what I see.
We hear a lot about issues related to, quote unquote, more contributions being needed from enterprise organizations into these open source communities. And that can take a lot of forms, and could be just financial support. It could be documentation or whatever. What do you think it is the challenge that enterprises are having in making contributions to these open source projects? And is that something you can facilitate?
Well, I think that I would say not unique to Percona or any organization is prioritization and focus, right? So in terms of the mindset of contributing to open source, I think that any open source project needs to be structured in such a way that it's easy to contribute, right? So if it's a challenge to get that contribution in, you're not going to see it. But it's also up to the various projects for ourselves at Percona, making sure that we're reaching out to the community and talking about what if someone wants to contribute, say, a feature request in there, we want to make sure that it's not, again, just an edge case. Like, how is it going to help the broader user audience on that side of it? And we haven't seen traction within enterprises being willing to talk about being good stewards back to open source, because they're seeing the advantages of it for their companies as well, and understanding that nature of the community and giving back. But part of it is on the project owners themselves to make it easier for contributions to be made, and having that dialogue and how to help out that side.
And what about the open source community itself? Are there things you wish that the maintainers and contributors were doing that would maybe make their efforts more compelling for enterprise organizations, or at the very least, a little more focus on areas where they tend to maybe not find as sexy, like security?
Security might not be sexy, but oh my goodness, it hurts when it hurts, right? I would say it's probably less exciting to be that headline that there was a data breach on your side of it. So it's one of those things that we definitely need to pay attention to. I think that from the contribution side and giving back, and what do large project owners need to do? I think there's many in the market that are very, very good stewards on that side of it. But there's also, as you may be well aware, Mike, there's a lot of debate within open source in general. Is it a business model? Is it a philosophy? What does it mean? We like to think of free as in freedom, not in, there's value there. People should be able to make money and monetize. But how do you go about doing that, right, in a proper way? So that's probably a whole show you can do, and have an interesting debate in panels as we go back and forth on what that looks like and how to do that. But I think that allowing I'd say the premise of open source and it being a win-win, it's not a zero-sum game, allowing everyone to innovate freely, is when open source is being used at its best. And I think that there's opportunities for everybody to make money in that sense as well. So how do we do that in a responsible, respectful way is what we continue to strive for.
What is the one thing that you see organizations doing as they approach open source databases in particular, it just makes you shake your head and go, I wish we were a little further along than that. I'm sure you encounter a lot of companies by the time they get to you, they're probably looking for a lot of help. But what's the one piece of advice that you would give them that says, here's something you should be thinking about doing up front that would, alleviate a lot of this pain later?
That's an interesting question. I would say probably maybe doing it with a little more intent and thinking in choosing what you're selecting to use and thinking about it that way. Sometimes doing a little more planning up front saves some of the pain on the back end, but in the speed to market and the urgency of innovation, that's easier said than done. But I think that taking that time to think through and learn from others, right? Great to push boundaries. We believe in pushing boundaries at Percona all the time, but really understanding what the use case may be before you jump into something, I think would save problems in the long run for folks.
All right, a little adult open source supervision might be called for. Hey, Anne, thanks for being on the show.
Thanks for having me, Mike. Have a great day.
All right, back to you guys in the studio.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey guys, thanks for the throw. We're here with Michael Gray, who's the CTO for Thrive Networks, and we're talking about zero trust. It's all the rage these days. The issue is, it's not something you can actually go out and buy. It's something you kind of have to build and enforce. So let's get into what it takes to actually achieve some zero trust. Michael, welcome to the show.
Hey, thanks for having me.
I think this concept's been around forever and a day. I think we tried to do it with hardware back in the day when we were going to lock down systems and everybody rebelled. But it's not like I can actually buy something that just is zero trust from the get-go. So what exactly do security folks and IT people need to be thinking about as they move to zero trust, and how do we get there from here?
Yeah, well, first and foremost, I think that this reminds me of SD-WAN from 5 years ago. It meant 10 different things to 5 different people. And so, the first thing you want to think about is what trust what? Trust who? And I really think, believe it or not, zero trust begins with a little bit of asset management. All right. So what are the resources that we're trying to protect, and who are the identities that are trying to access those things? I think when you can answer that question, even conceptually, I'm not talking about running out and buying a bunch of asset management software, but literally sitting down Excel or even, good old fashioned pen and pencil and saying, these are my most critical assets. And these are the identities that need to access them. I think that's a fantastic starting point. Before we go out and buy any solutions, is just try and understand what the landscape is of the things we're trying to protect.
A lot of this also sounds like, to me, it's really a focus on identity. I mean, it may be a machine identity, it may necessarily be a user, or it could even be an application, but is this kind of the variation of an identity-centric approach to security that we've been talking about forever? We're just now calling it zero trust.
Well, I think it's identity plus the flow of data. Okay, so if you've got those identities sitting out there and you're managing them, that's great. Well, what data do they need to access, and how do they get there? And I think what a lot of people end up finding is, there's still some legacy applications out there, and that flow of data is not as straightforward as they maybe hoped it would be when they set upon trying to implement zero trust. So I certainly agree with you when it comes to the fact of, yes, this is identity management at a somewhat precursor to everything else you're trying to do. But again, how do those identities get from where they're going to that data that they need to do their jobs?
Do you think, as we get to this whole idea, that people go, well, that sounds great, but then when they start investigating it becomes rather complex. So can they actually do that today? And who can do it? Is it really large enterprises? And, what is the market for this at the moment?
Yeah, I think they can. And, I sort of mentioned that it meaning a bunch of different things to a bunch of different people. A lot of times people will start with, I want to make sure that only corporate laptops can attach to my corporate network. And they'll call that zero trust. And I certainly understand that. There's certainly much deeper integrations of zero trust. I think they can get there. I don't think they can get there 100%. Even on the SMB side, you don't necessarily need to be just an enterprise to get there. I think the area that most organizations can get to is, well, I know I have these three critical SaaS applications, and I can make sure that it's a corporate identity on a corporate device going through a secure channel to get there. I think when it comes to trying to have zero trust across every single application and every single instance of a user trying to get there, that might be difficult. But what I think in the end, they'll probably end up driving to is, well, maybe it's time to get rid of some of those other applications and try and consolidate down to a top 5 or 6 so that I can achieve my plan of getting to zero trust across, the majority of my environment.
Is a lot of this also therefore going to be a reason, or an excuse for that matter, to kind of revisit a lot of the security policies that have been in place and things that people kind of, almost ignored or didn't want to deal with because it was too complex, and now they're realizing that it just can't be ignored anymore?
Yeah, and that's absolutely the case. And I see elimination a lot of those legacy platforms, because what they're finding is their security state, or their potential security state, is just too large to try and close all these doors. So instead of trying to close all the doors, why don't I shrink the number of doors that need to be closed? And that we're seeing a lot of success. And, maybe a couple of years ago, people might have said, well, it's too hard to go to a SharePoint or a Dropbox away from my on-prem file server. And then when they think about the complexity of securing that old legacy channel, they say, well, maybe it wouldn't be so hard for our employees to change and transform. That once they become open to it, they start to see some possibilities. And then they also see that on top of all this, little simpler to secure maybe than some of those legacy channels. So, people, I think, are really coming around. Where we are now with hybrid work, I think they're seeing possibilities that they didn't see before. Maybe they got forced into it a little bit, but that's not the worst thing that could happen to technology anyway. So, I think it's actually pretty exciting that, maybe zero trust is fueling some digital transformation. And I think that's fantastic.
Do you think it's easier for security people to have this conversation? Because not too long ago, security wasn't really high on the list of things that people used for buying criteria for anything. And is now the nature of that conversation starting to shift because the C-level folks are starting to realize and appreciate the enormity of the issue?
I do. And obviously, people have certainly woken up, certainly at the C-level, the risks around security. I do think what's underlying zero trust in a way, especially if it's done, in a somewhat delicate manner, a thoughtful manner, it's actually more convenient for folks. If you're set up a very specific way and your zero trust is not adding a lot of friction, I think people might actually like it a little bit better. Oh, it recognizes who I am, and thus I can get right to the data that I want to get to without having to jump through a bunch of hoops. I think people actually appreciate that, even if they have to change a little bit. Hey, you can't use your home machine anymore, or you can only use your home machine to get to your email and nothing else. I do actually think, unlike some other security controls that C-level or IT may try to put in place, zero trust, there's a convenience factor underlying it if you can get it right.
When you go down this path, what's your sense of how long will it take to get to zero trust? I mean, most organizations, and do they realize that we're really talking about maybe not weeks and months, but several years before we sort it all out?
Yeah, and I think the reason that is sort of where I started, which is, do you know what you're trying to secure? There's a saying, security, if you don't know what it is, you can't secure it, right? If I don't know where the doors are, how can I lock them? And it's those organizations that have an understanding where they are with technology that can actually move a lot faster towards zero trust. Otherwise, you are spending quite a bit of time doing simple things like inventorying applications and inventorying data, inventorying identities. These things take an awful long time because I think when those organizations that have not been doing that kind of asset management, they start to play catch up a little bit. They start to step back and realize how much they have, and then they want to clear up how much they have or consolidate how much they have, and then set off on zero trust. I think a lot of that precursor is where all the time gets consumed. You may say, hey, let's go to zero trust, and realize you have 5 or 6 other large IT products before you can even start that process. And that's why these things drag on for years.
Do you think that as we go along, we're going to need to rely more on machine learning algorithms to find all this stuff because the estate is so big and we don't necessarily know what all these assets are and what the apps are, or even for that matter, what users are doing what, when, and where? And maybe it's too big a job for a human to figure out. So maybe we need a machine. It
is. And what I would say is, the foundation is usually shifting underneath you. So while you're trying to close and consolidate all these old solutions, there's new solutions being brought in. So it requires certainly a lot of agility on the IT teams. But yes, I think if you're going to go down the path of zero trust, you do want to include some amount of machine learning based on risk. So is there something about this user that seems risky to me? Maybe the IP address they're coming from is malicious. And many of the zero trust solutions, especially when it comes to identity, already have some basic machine learning in the background that can do some of those analytics on the fly for you. And again, I think this ultimately helps end users, right? Maybe they don't have to MFA 6 times because there's just something about me that the machine learning sees that knows I'm safe or unsafe. And bring all these factors together with machine learning, yes, that's impossible for a human to do. And you will actually need some technology to help you there.
Do you think the bad guys are well aware of all this and they kind of just look at us and smile to themselves and go, yeah, we're talking about all this wonderful stuff that you guys can buy and use to defend yourself. But fundamentally, the lowest hanging fruit is pretty simple to exploit. So they're not even going to bother going to do all the more complicated stuff.
Yeah, I don't think the arms race is coming to any sort of end between us and the bad guys, so to speak. But what I think is happening is people are waking up a little bit. Is not just about the technology, but it's about the implementation of the technology, because that's where I see a lot of weaknesses, where you went and bought the highest end piece of technology and it was not implemented correctly, or it was missed as far as something that needed to be protected was not protected. And I see that over and over again. And that's really the human element when it comes to security. It's fantastic to make an investment in a SaaS solution, piece of software, piece of hardware. But if it's not implemented and monitored, yeah, bad guys will just sit there and laugh and say, yeah, but you left this other door unlocked and I can easily go through it. You have all the bells and whistles, but there's just, one chink in the armor, so to speak.
Are we getting better at turning this more into a team sport on our side? Because, we've got the IT operations people are more involved. The application folks are more involved. So is this becoming something where it's just not left up to the security guys by themselves to figure out?
I do actually see progress being made. Maybe if you can imagine for a moment, IT presenting on a project to, move things forward from a digital transformation standpoint. Whereas before, people might look at it and say, well, that, we drive a lot of value for our business. I think now that those C-suites are saying, this is all great, but is it secure? Right. And, 5 years ago, they might not have been saying that. And I do feel like IT is getting a little bit more support, IT operations getting a little bit more support than they used to. And organizations are realizing where they used to take chances around risk, it's not going to work out, right? That's a casino game that they're going to lose. And so they're asking the right questions. Now, we still have a long ways to go. So a lot of really insecure things happening, but there is a little bit of a tide turning here that, hey, maybe we can come together and at least attempt to make things more secure. whereas before it was a little bit more of an afterthought.
So what's your best advice to folks to figure out how to get to this zero trust nirvana that we're all seeking? How do I get, where's the beginning?
Yeah, it's super basic, and it's an interesting term that people, may not in the C-suite may not hear every day, but it's threat modeling. You can do threat modeling on the back of a napkin. You can sit down and say to yourself, what is our most critical asset, our most critical data, and what would happen if that were compromised? And then sit down and sort of talk through that as a team. It is a very basic thing that people can do. The things that come out of it are, well, what is that critical asset and how are we protecting it? It really drums up a lot of really good questions and say, okay, well, how do we know the people that are accessing that critical piece of data? How do we trust the people getting to it? It's a pretty simple thing to do. It is not something that takes 10, 12 hours. You can actually do threat modeling in 45 minutes. It's a very straightforward exercise. And of course, IT can help you. They would actually probably welcome that discussion of, yes, well, what do you feel our critical assets are, C-suite, versus what do we think they are? And how do we come together and actually say as a team, as a whole company, this is what's most critical, and this is how we secure the users that are getting to it.
All right, folks. Well, you heard it here. The good news is zero trust is really an opportunity to start over. Think of it as a giant mulligan in the land of cybersecurity. But as always, you still got to start at the beginning. Hey, Michael, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you. Good to see you.
All right, back to you guys in the studio.
Hi again, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed today's episode of Techstrong TV. We had some amazing interviews with industry professionals to give you the latest in the tech world. We'll be back again tomorrow, so we hope to see you then. But in the meantime, thank you so much for watching, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. As always, stay strong. Techstrong. Hello everyone, and welcome to Techstrong TV. Today is Thursday, November 10th, and I hope you're all having a wonderful day so far. I'm your host, William Willis, and today's show, we're going to bring you some fantastic interviews with incredible guests from around the world, so stay tuned. As always, I'm going to start off with our Techstrong News recap, filling you in on the biggest tech headlines that are making waves. Then we go to KubeCon Cloud Native Con North America, where Alan spoke with Jim Bagwadia, CEO and co-founder of Nirmata, to discuss Caverno, a policy engine design for Kubernetes. Also at KubeCon Cloud Native Con, Mitch spoke with Jeff Cobb, head of product at Chronosphere, to discuss the cloud native observability company, which solves observability problems by focusing on the availability and reliability of digital delivery systems. We're then joined by our very own Cody J. Brown, who will hop on to tell us more about some of our upcoming webinars. Next up, we're airing episode 3 of our series, Engineering the Change. This series will follow the 3 winners of the Engineering the Change Scholarship Program as they tackle a 10-week intensive coding bootcamp and prepare themselves for careers in software engineering. Then we go to Open Source Summit Europe, where Mike spoke with Liz Rice, Chief Open Source Officer for Isovalent, as Liz explained how big of an impact eBFP is about to have on the scaling of both Linux and Windows platforms. Then, to wrap up this broadcast, we have 2 episodes of View with Vizard. In the first episode, Mike interviews Derek Ashmore, Application Transformation Principal for Asperitas, as Derek explains what makes application modernization so challenging in the age of cloud computing. Then, Mike interviews Harish Grama, Global Cloud Practice Leader for Kyndryl, as Harish explains what makes cloud computing in the hybrid IT environments more challenging to manage than ever. And that's what we have coming up for you on this episode of Techstrong TV. So without further ado, let's get the show started. Enjoy.
DevOps.com is the #1 online destination for DevOps education and community building. DevOps.com covers all aspects of DevOps, including DevOps best practices and tools, DevOps culture, DevSecOps, business impact, continuous testing, continuous delivery, and more. DevOps.com has the largest collection of original DevOps content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.devops.com to learn more. DevOps.com, where the world meets DevOps.
Hi again, everyone. Here are the headlines for November 10th. First up, the cryptocurrency exchange Binance has said it plans on buying its rival FTX Trading. Earlier this week, Binance signed a letter of intent to buy FTX because the exchange was dealing with liquidity problems. However, the FTX said that in spite of this buyout, the deal would protect its customers. Zooming out, cryptocurrency companies aren't really doing too hot right now, with many coming under financial pressure as the value of crypto has fallen. In fact, FTX has helped several of these cryptocurrency companies that ran into financial troubles earlier this year, which shows how rapidly things can change in the crypto world. Next, the hacker from the Australian health insurer Medibank breach has started releasing client data. The data was released on the dark web and appears to be only a sample of what the total data that was stolen. Medibank has stated that they expect the thief to continue to release data. The thieves reportedly threatened to expose the data unless a ransom was paid, but Medibank ultimately decided that there was only a small chance that the payment would prevent the data from being published. This week, Medibank has updated its estimated number of people whose personal information was stolen from 4 million to 9.7 million. In response to the original breach, the Australian government was creating a bill that would increase penalties for serious breaches, which hopefully will become law by the end of this month. In other news, Zoom announced the beta of an email and calendar software at its recent Zoomtopia conference. These new features are meant to provide customers with all the tools that they would need without having to task switch, with the hope that customers will want to use the Zoom clients with back-end integrations. Zoom is working hard to move past its roots as an only video conference platform and expand into other areas of the meeting business. During the height of the pandemic, Zoom was the go-to app for meetings with a staggering triple-digit growth rate. Today, it is down to a single digit. Zoom recognizes that it can't only rely on its meeting software, and Zoom hopes with these new functionalities, it'll be able to branch out. Next up, IBM has announced the launch of its Osprey Quantum processor, which features 433 qubits. This is a jump from the 2021 Eagle processor that only had 127 qubits. IBM has said that with the new processor, it brings them another step closer to the point where quantum computers will be able to solve previously unsolvable problems. IBM hopes that it will be able to achieve over 4,000 qubits by the end of 2025, with a roadmap that it has been able to stick to so far. However, when it comes to quantum computing, the number of qubits is only part of the problem. Other factors include longer coherence times and reduced noise. Regardless, though, this announcement shows the slow and steady march towards a quantum processor with real-world applications. On Digital CXO, we have an article looking at how digital transformation initiatives can solve the problem of retailers having excessive holiday inventory. Retail giants like Urban Outfitters, Walmart, and Target are struggling when it comes to overloading on inventory for holidays, specifically due to the shifting consumer habits. However, instead of price discounting, companies that improve visibility, dropship, and use distributed order management systems can help them respond to these changes in customer demand. To learn more, go to digitalcxo.com. On Container Journal, we have an article looking at Kubernetes security and CI/CD pipelines. Kubernetes can offer many advantages to help strengthen your CI/CD pipeline, but it can be challenging to design due to Kubernetes microserviceless architecture. This article looks at some of the best practices for securing your Kubernetes CI/CD pipeline. To learn more, go to containerjournal.com. Finally, on DevOps.com, we have an article looking at Cripple's announcement of a general availability of a search capability that makes it easier to query observability where it resides without having to first collect and centrally store it. As telemetry data continues to be collected, DevOps teams are struggling to ingest all of it. Cripple's new capability will stream and normalize the collection of telemetry data. To learn more, go to DevOps.com. And that's today's Techstrong News Recap.
ContainerJournal.com is the leading online destination for centralized computing-related content. ContainerJournal.com covers all aspects of software containers, from container management, data management for containers, container security, networking for containers, to the entire container ecosystem, Kubernetes, microservices, serverless, and more. ContainerJournal.com has the largest selection of container-related news, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.containerjournal.com to learn more.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey everyone, we are back here live in Detroit for Cloud Native Con KubeCon. It's a lively crowd. You know, someone told me there's about 7,000 people here live, and maybe up to 7,000 people online, which is pretty cool. Excuse me. I hope you've been enjoying our coverage all day. My next guest is our friend Jim Bhagwadia. Did I pronounce it?
You got it.
Jim is I know it's Jim Bhagwadia. When I look at it on the anyway, Jim's with Nirmata. Who's Nirmata? We're going to tell you. But one of the things I'll tell you is that Nirmata is the people behind the Kyverno open source project, and we're going to talk about that as well. Hey, Jim, welcome, man. It's good to see you.
Thank you, Alan.
So let's talk about Jim first, though.
Okay.
Tell the people, who are you? What do you do?
Absolutely. Would love to. So I'm Jim Bhagwadia, co-founder, CEO at Nirmata, and also within the community, I work in the policy working group, contribute to the multi-tenancy working group, and other security areas. So like you mentioned, Nirmata is the creator of Kyverno. Kyverno is a policy engine designed for Kubernetes, so solves a lot of security and automation use cases in there.
So there are a lot of security and automation use cases that demand attention in Kubernetes, obviously. Jim, let's go to Kyverno, though.
Yeah.
Kyverno. Recently a new release came out, right?
That's right. 1.8, yes.
But before we get to 1.8, let's talk about that history, right? And the relationship. I know Nirmata kind of, started Kyverno.
Right.
But let's, how did that all come about?
Yeah, so one of the things, as we were working with large customers in the space and kind of looking at what they were struggling with most as they adopted containers and Kubernetes, what always came up was governance, right? And we started digging into that and to say, what does that mean? What are you trying to solve? And the light bulb moment for us was if you kind of step back and look at Kubernetes, Kubernetes is the first major platform designed for DevSecOps. You have developers, you have the operations teams, you have the security teams all trying to collaborate on Kubernetes. So what was missing there was policies as a digital contract, something native to Kubernetes that could bring these roles together, and then providing the visibility and governance across different teams, across different applications, across the enterprise. So that was the initial idea, the genesis of the idea for Kyverno. At that time, in the community, there were other alternatives like Open Policy Agent.
Sure, OPA.
Yeah, and very popular and good tool. But what we saw there was a need for something very native to Kubernetes. Because Kubernetes, it started with deploying containerized applications, but now has evolved into an IT platform for pretty much everything, including infrastructure, other processes which are being transformed. So for that, bringing native policies to Kubernetes, allowing native tooling like GitOps, Kustomize, kubectl to be used was a game changer for DevSecOps teams. And more importantly, Kyverno doesn't require a programming language. It's designed for ops team to use the same declarative resource configuration constructs that Kubernetes has with OpenAPI v3 schemas to be able to define policies and get the policy reports and results as well.
Love it. Excellent. Thank you. Now, was there Nomada before there was Caverno?
Yes, you're right. So a lot of projects, come first and then the company evolved after it, right? But in our case, Nirmata came first. We built like version 0.1 of Caverno as a module in Nirmata. So we focused initially on three things: workload management, cluster management, policy management. Like I was mentioning, as we kind of looked at the customer journey, policy and governance, became that strongest pillar. And that's where Caverno spun out. We made it its open source project, donated it to CNCF, went from sandbox to incubation in about 15 months, which is pretty fast for CNCF.
That is very fast for CNCF.
And you need production customers who are willing to interview and give results. We crossed about 500 million image pulls.
Wow.
So very excited to see the wide adoption in the community.
Absolutely.
And then, Nirmata, we have evolved into governance as a governance platform for Kubernetes users, working with any other, solution for cluster operations and management.
I love it. All right. Let's really now just focus on news, what's going on. So version 1.8 of Caverno.
Yeah.
Why should people... What gets you excited? Why should they be excited?
Yeah, so one of the things, few major features which I'll cover, but a basic, almost a rewrite that we did is as we are seeing larger and larger clusters, we have customers deploying 50,000 to 100,000 pods in their clusters. They are using policies, and of course policies, because they apply at the API level, it impacts your cluster operations if there's any degradation in performance. So for that, we completely rewrote the event and reporting subsystem. So there's a lot better, dramatic better scalability in Caverno 1.8. That's one reason to upgrade. Other features we introduced is native support for pod security admission. So there's a long history of pod security policies and the evolution into pod security standards and now pod security admission. And Caverno can take the upstream Kubernetes library, apply that in a lot more flexible manner for your cluster. So that's a new feature which went into 1.8. And then also a team from IBM contributed YAML signing and verification for software supply chain security use cases.
Very nice.
Yeah, so it's fantastic to see other vendors also now starting
to that's the beauty of the CNCF model.
Absolutely.
Right, other vendors can work together for the good of the community, and that's a good thing, man. Excellent. Now, but there's stuff going on with Nirmata too. You have a new
all the
release.
time. Right.
Let's talk about what's new at Nirmata.
Yeah. So with Nirmata, our focus is now continuous, governance as well as continuous compliance. Policies become the building block, right? That's the how. Nobody wakes up and says, "I want more policies today," right? You're going to want to solve a business problem.
Not anyone I know, but go ahead.
But so in most cases, it's, I need certain standard compliance. I have certain security needs. I want to make sure my whole CI/CD pipelines, software delivery pipelines are secured. Those are the issues, the problems businesses are trying to solve. And Nirmata has released now, we have compliance mappings available through Nirmata Policy Manager, which allow you to map into these like NIST 853 or the NSA hardening guidelines or your custom standards. We're seeing a lot of large enterprises write their own policy standards, enforce them across all the clusters. Nirmata gives them scorecards, compliance mappings, collaboration tools, results as that. We've also introduced a number of different adapters for Caverno. So Caverno, because of its role as an admission controller, has to make very fast policy decisions in seconds. So for that, we bring data into Caverno to be able to enrich that and make the right decisions. One example is now we can bring in data from EKS configurations to be able to comply to CIS benchmarks, which allows certain policy decisions to happen in cluster. We're also taking data out of Caverno and pushing it into external systems. So our list of integration continues growing, like we support all major collaboration tools, reporting tools, SIMs for security tools, and so on.
I love it. Love it. Now, of course, we've talked about all this. We didn't tell them anywhere to go to find out and get their hands on it.
Yep.
Check it out. Where did they go?
Kyverno.io is our open source, one-stop shop for.
Show them your shirt. That's Kyverno.
Yep. And
.io.
Kyverno means to govern in Greek, and
really?
Kubernetes is Greek, so that's the fit. So Kyverno.io for anything open source, Nirmata.com for our commercial offerings and how we add value to Kyverno.
Excellent. Jim, best of luck with Nirmata. Thank you for bringing, and Kyverno.
Yeah.
Thank you for bringing us up to speed. Remember, that's Kyverno.io and Nirmata.io as well.
Yep.
Okay. Check them out. We're going to take a break here in Detroit. We're going to be back in a moment, continuing our coverage here at KubeCon.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey, welcome back. We're at KubeCon here in Detroit, KubeCon 2022, North America. Mitch Ashley, CTO with Techstrong Group and also principal with Techstrong Research. So we've got a great lineup of folks. And speaking of great lineups, I'm joined by Jeff Cobb. Yes. Jeff is head of product and with Chronosphere. So I know you got some announcements. We want to get right to that. But for folks that might not know Chronosphere, tell them about yourself and also Chronosphere.
So I'm Jeff Cobb. I run product at Chronosphere. Chronosphere is a cloud-native observability company. So we focus on solving observability problems, which is really in the interest of availability and reliability of digital delivery systems. So if you're running a big, very large-scale digital delivery system like DoorDash, you need observability tools to keep that system working, to know whether it's working, solve problems when problems show up. Mm-hmm. So that's what we do. That's what cloud native observability is.
So you're making sure we get warm food from DoorDash because they're on top of what's going on, right?
They're making sure you get warm food.
Okay, all right.
Sure they know
you're
what's
helping
going
them
on.
make sure.
Right.
Okay, that's probably the right way to say it. Okay, so KubeCon, there's always a lot of good announcements. I know you've got some. Tell us a little bit about what's happening.
Yeah, so we have some new releases that we're announcing here at the show. The problem that we're really focused on is this cloud native observability problem, right? Which is a result of a technology trend toward microservices as a software architecture to build these systems, and DevOps as an organizational approach to deal with them, right? So as the world has figured out the best way to build these systems, they realized, we've created something that works better for meeting our business needs, right? We can modify the system faster if we build it this way. If we build it with microservices and we deploy it on top of Kubernetes. We can work with a distributed development team, right? So we've got a lot of little teams in a lot of little places. We can update the system all the time. So we get the business outcomes we want. Problem is, we ended up making a much more complex software architecture as a result. And it's hard to understand it, and it's hard to keep it working. That's where DevOps came from. What everyone realized as they did this for a while is that the skills you need to operate one of these systems turn out to be the same as the skills you need to build it. So you can't do what people used to do. You used to have a development team, and they would build it, and an operations team, and they would run it.
Throw it over the wall.
And
the old days.
And that stopped working, right? Yeah. So DevOps is a result of that. So that's a good thing. So now you're getting the outcomes you want because the developers who understand the system are the ones who are keeping it working. The problem is that squeezes them. Now they got twice as many responsibilities as they did before. Mm-hmm. Now they're not only responsible for building it, but they're keeping it working, they're on call, they're firefighting, and there's a bunch of problems when you're in that situation. So you're a developer, you're on call. One of the side effects of these really big cloud native microservices architectures, they're a lot more complicated. There's a lot more telemetry you need
moving parts,
to understand what's going on. Mm-hmm. So if you're on call and you get lucky and the incident is in the part of the system that you work on, you're in good shape because you understand what's going on. If it's somewhere else, you got a problem. There's a monstrous amount of data just totally overwhelming you. Where do you start? You've got the skill to solve the problem, but you don't have the context to figure out how to navigate all of the data that's available to you. So that's what we focus on, and that's what the new release is really optimized for, is helping developers navigate that monstrous amount of data to give them the context to answer the question, where do I start? How do I figure this out? Right? That's what our new feature functionality is focused on.
Excellent. Well, it seems like when we adopt a new technology, new approach, things like that, I mean, just because we can build a cloud native or microservices architecture based application doesn't mean we know how to care and feed,
That's right.
diagnose and operate. That takes a while. It's kind of like, getting a sports car when you used to drive in a pickup truck. They're different, right? They got 4 wheels, engines, but no. They take different kind of care and feeding. And it seems like having that place to start, like help me jump into the right place with the right information, right context, not only helps you with solving whatever issue might be coming up or, working on a performance challenge, whatever it might be, but also learning how the system behaves and operates better.
That's right.
Because you're absorbing that too, right? As well as you're kind of diving into a certain area.
Yep, and that's one of the things we hear all the time from people who try to keep these systems working is, I know my part of it, the rest of it is kind of a mystery. There's no one person who has the whole system in their heads, right? So we do a couple things about that. One of the problems is there's just a tremendous amount of data. So you need a lot of raw scale to be able to get all of the raw data to begin with, and Chronosphere does that. Secondly, you need to be able to pick and choose. You need to actually really make sure you're capturing the stuff that's important and shedding the stuff that isn't important. So we have a lot of telemetry control features that are there to help teams make sure that they're only storing and only paying for the telemetry that's really going to help them solve problems. And then the new stuff that we're introducing this week starts with a feature called Collections, which is the contextual focus. It's the thing that when you're on call and an alert goes off, it's the thing that tells you where to start. Instead of, there's 250 million metrics in this system and 1,400 dashboards. Here's a pair of tweezers. Where should you start?
There's a needle in there somewhere, right?
It navigates you to the right place. It says, here's what the people who've worked on problems like this before have learned and captured. And it takes you to the right place and orients you so that out of all of that information, you're concentrating on the small subset of the data that's actually going to help you solve the problem.
That's what I wanted to ask you about is how do you know how to point someone to that place? Is it based on the data itself? Is it based on past experiences, knowledge of Kubernetes, working with other customers? Are there kind of some leading indicators?
Yep, it's based on both of those things, and it's also based on your own experience solving previous problems and what the people that you work with have captured about the things they learned so that you can take advantage of that. So it's all of those things. That's what our collections feature helps you with. Okay. The other stuff that we're adding is we've already got a lot of features that are built to help you control the avalanche of data, right? Turns out a lot of that data is being generated sort of speculatively because we're not really sure what we're going to need and we're crossing our fingers that we're going to have the right stuff. But you're paying for a lot of it that isn't very helpful. So we have a data telemetry control set of features that help you understand what's useful and only keep and pay for that stuff. What we're adding to that is a quota management feature. Because the problem turns out to be the central team, the team that sits in the middle. Usually what we generally see is there's a lot of developers who do this, and there's a small team that helps them and supports them. That small central team, they're responsible for paying the bill for the tools and teaching everybody how to use them. They don't know whether this data point or that data point is important, but they do know this service is important, that service is less important. So they can allocate budget, they can say, you get a quarter of the budget, you get a tenth of the budget, and then delegate down to the local people who work in the teams the decisions about which data to keep and which data not to keep. That's what our quotas feature makes possible.
Manages the quotas. Cool. How about the SRE folks? That's a hot topic. Everybody's
for sure
either wanting to build that function on their team or getting folks that have done that before, building that out.
Yep.
They also have different needs too, right? Because they may be involved in triage, but they may also be working on performance issues or reliability. Things that we've seen happen in the past and what we could do to help
what we hear frequently from SREs is very much that I have a broad domain that I care about. Because I'm doing something like performance optimization, I need to touch lots of areas of the system, and that's hard because it's hard to be an expert in all of them. So they have that same contextualization problem. I understand that I saw performance degradation and now I'm chasing it. I need to get in context. I need to be armed for that area of the system. So I turn to the collection that teaches me about the login service that I'm trying to tune or the checkout service that I'm trying to tune.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would imagine. And there's so much we can learn by each time we touch the system too, right? Not just for ourselves, but sharing with others. Talk a little bit about, I mean, it sounds like you're sort of starting cloud native with observability. You're not coming from a log aggregation background, right? I mean,
that's right.
You built product kind of as cloud native.
Yep.
What do you think what is the difference starting at that place rather than maybe someone who's been doing log aggregation for 5 or 10 or more years?
That's exactly right. That Chronosphere was born out of cloud native observability challenges. And what we see is that the difficulties in monitoring and understanding and caring for a system that's built this way out of sometimes thousands of microservices, each of which is small and simple in isolation, but that communicate in a complicated way. The design center for that, it's just different from the way systems used to work. And so tools that were built for a design center of monoliths, where there's a lot of internal complexity and we need to crack the thing open and x-ray it and show you its innards, they don't help as much on microservices environments, where the individual things, they're very simple. They do one thing. It's the way that everything is woven together that makes it complicated. That's what produces the avalanche of telemetry and the need to navigate it and control it.
Very good. Well, so can folks get like a free account or cloud account or down open source, or how do people get a hold of Chronosphere?
Chronosphere is a SaaS app. So the way you interact with it is you go to our website, and there's a path there that will get you to a demo that you can take a look at how the software works. Yep.
Okay, very cool. Well, congratulations on the new release. I also want to mention you have an event, an online learning event, webinar coming up on November 8th. I forget who's on it. I may even be doing it, I'm not sure, but you know, we're all so busy these days. But we'll get a chance to dive into this more and talk about Chronosphere and some of the challenges that people have.
Excellent. Well, we're very much looking forward to that event.
It'll be a lot of fun. Cloud Native's a great topic to explore and learn from. So, well, thank you, Jeff. Appreciate you stopping by. And as I mentioned, good luck with the show and kind of keep us up to date. Hope we have you back again soon.
Okay. Thanks very much, Mitch.
Jeff Cobb. Jeff, head of product with Chronosphere. So we'll be right back with another great interview. Jeff, thanks for joining us. We'll see you soon.
CISO Talk, to hear how real-world CISOs are dealing with today's real-world issues. From enabling secure remote workers to accelerating secure cloud adoption, defending against a pandemic of security attacks and beyond. CISO Talk covers the cyber topics you want to learn about. With your hosts, Unisys CISO Matt Newfield and MediaOps CEO Alan Schimmel, featuring a revolving panel of CISO cyber experts. This is where CISOs talk. Join us on digitalanarchist.com and techstrong.tv.
Hey everyone, happy Thursday. Cody J. Brown here with some programs happening tomorrow and next week here at Techstrong Learning. Tomorrow, Friday, November 11th at 1 p.m. Eastern, join us on Security Boulevard for a panel covering DevSecOps. We'll cover the increasing velocity at which DevSecOps is being adopted, the range of technologies for securing your applications, and addressing just how far left you should shift security responsibility. Jumping into our lone program on Monday, DevOps.com is hosting a panel on infrastructure as code. Our speakers from Tricentis and JFrog join our very own Mike Bazard to discuss the future of infrastructure as code, the role automation will play, and best practices for application deployment. And Tuesday, November 15th at 1 p.m. Eastern, the AI Infrastructure Alliance has assembled a roundtable of AI and machine learning experts for AI at the edge. AI models seem to operate great within their vacuum, but once introduced to chaos in the wild, the degradation begins. Our panel will review new techniques and tools that will enable your models to learn continuously and adapt to ever-changing conditions at the edge. That's all I've got for you right now, but we have plenty more upcoming programs next week. And if you just can't wait until then, take a look through our on-demand programs at devops.com/webinars. So be sure to look in the on-demand section. Have a great Friday and a better weekend, everyone.
Previously on Engineering the Change.
The program at Boca Code was amazing.
My career is completely changed from barely being able to, hold down a job to now being sought after by some of the biggest tech companies in the world.
Boca Code has built me up.
If you grant me the scholarship, like I said, I will share my knowledge with people, with women or immigrants.
Dreamed of having an opportunity to show the world, how great, I can be.
I feel that anything I do my best in. So wherever I end up, I'm going to do the best I can to make sure I'm making a positive impact. So this scholarship would definitely assist me in changing the trajectory of my life.
Excited to tell Carly about her winning. She is so pumped to really embark on her career as a software engineer. All right, Carly, we got the whole camera crew with us. All right, come on in, guys. We're coming in. Carly, I'm sorry, your name?
Harold.
Harold?
Yes.
So we're making this presentation of $10,000.
You got it?
Puppies. This go right in.
Is this?
We're sure? Oh, we have the camera.
Huh? What?
Puppies coming over here. Hey, how you doing? Donald, we're here. Hey, man. How are you? I want to present you with this.
Oh, my gosh.
We had a tough time. We couldn't pick the finalists. You guys are all great. You're really great engineers. So you're in.
Oh, my gosh. Awesome. Thank you so much. This is a very awesome opportunity, and I look forward to strive for the best. Awesome. Thank you.
You can be a great engineer, man. Thank you so much, Donald. This was by far the strongest class of people we had who applied for the scholarship. We were able to get it down to 3 finalists, but then in meeting with the judges, we couldn't pick a winner. So what we decided to do is just pick all 3 finalists as winners, and so we want to make this contribution to your life.
Thank you so much.
And we're going to award Stephanie Sanchez as one of our 3 Spring 2022 winners of the Engineering the Change Scholarship. Stephanie, congratulations.
Thank you so much.
Hey everyone, I'm Alan Schimmel, CEO of Techstrong Group. We are a tech media company based here in Boca Raton, Florida, and we have been for 8 years. I've been a resident of Boca Raton for 20 years now, and it's always been one of my hopes, aspirations, is that South Florida would become a tech hub. So we opened this program, it's called Engineering the Change, to underserved communities including women, people of color, but any underserved community in the tech space, right? When I look back, and we have some of the past winners here with us, and I look at the difference it's made in the community, in their lives, it's something to be really proud of.
So, one of the things that Boca Code really takes is partnerships with companies like Techstrong and other local companies, because we need them to, to help support the school, and we need them to hire and interview our students as well.
I'm going to introduce some of our past winners and just have them briefly talk a little bit about how their life has gone since taking this class.
When I received the scholarship, I had a lot of mixed emotions. I was scared but excited for this new chapter. I had worked in the tech industry, but I had never been in an engineering role. You know, the people at Boca Code, Todd, who I affectionately call Coach, because I kind of think of him as the coach in a game, they guide me step by step the whole process. When I graduated from the cohort, I had over 10 offers from tier 2 and tier 1 tech companies, and I had my pick, which was the first time in my life I really had to make a choice where it was completely my decision.
The scholarship changed my life really from 0 to 100. As I said before, I was in a state that I was really lost in terms of my career. I had a neuroscience degree from FAU, but I couldn't get a job. Once I got the scholarship and I did the 10 weeks at Boca Code, it completely changed my life to better, because now I have found actually my passion, which is not just tech, but being able to help women get into this field.
Winning the scholarship was once in a lifetime opportunity to change my career. The program at Boca Code was amazing. I studied a lot of fundamentals of software engineering, and I proved myself that I'm capable of being a successful developer. At that time, I couldn't even imagine how I would need this job in 3 months when the war hit my homeland, Ukraine, and this salary of software developer gave me opportunity to help Ukrainian people in this hard time.
So this year, we wound up with 3 finalists for the scholarship, and we brought them into our panel of judges, and each of the finalists were interviewed. And then the judges got together and we had to pick just one. We tried to pick just one, and we really couldn't pick just one. And they were 3 outstanding candidates. And so what we've decided is to give all 3 of them scholarships. First person is Carly Dorless.
Thank you.
Thank you for the opportunity. So
I'll hold the check for you.
I will do my best to be successful and to help other women and other people.
Our next winner of the Engineering the Change Scholarship for 2022 is a gentleman named Donald Vizio, and Donald will tell you his story. Donald, come on up.
Okay, thank you. First of all, I want to thank Techstrong, Todd, for introducing me to the scholarship. And, this is an amazing opportunity coming from Haiti. And I hope with this opportunity that Techstrong and Todd introduced me to, I hope to introduce it to others just like myself and give back to my community and show them that, software engineering is cool. It's not just for nerds.
Our third winner for this year's Engineering the Change Scholarship is Stephanie Sanchez.
First of all, thank you both for this opportunity, and congratulations to my fellow recipients. I know we're going to make a significant change in the world. I come from a background of social work, and so I hope to be able to continue to put the people aspect in technology as we help others around us. I'm so grateful to be able to be a part of this. Thank you.
SecurityBoulevard.com is the leading resource for news, analysis, and education on challenges facing the cybersecurity industry. SecurityBoulevard.com covers all aspects of cybersecurity, including data security, DevSecOps, cloud security, application security, network security, security threats, and more. SecurityBoulevard.com has the largest selection of security content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.securityboulevard.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com, home of Security Bloggers Network.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey guys, we're back at the Open Source Summit in Dublin. We're talking with Liz Rice, who's the Chief Open Source Officer for Isovalent, and we're talking about eBPF, container security, all kinds of other security, and we're going to jump into something called Open UK, but more about that later. Liz, welcome to the show.
Thanks for having me. Yeah.
We hear a lot about eBPF, and one of the things that is happening is, as far as I can tell, just about every security module in town is going to get replaced by something that runs more efficiently on eBPF. But I'm not sure that people know what eBPF is, so maybe you could walk us through that first, and then what's its impact?
Sure, yeah. So the letters, the acronym, stands for Extended Berkeley Packet Filter, but people can forget that straight away because the roots are packet filtering, but now you can do so much more with it. eBPF lets us run programs in the kernel. We can change the way the kernel behaves by attaching custom programs that we write to different events in the kernel. And that lets us build tracing tools. Brendan Gregg did a whole load of pioneering work when he was at Netflix, showing how you could use eBPF to build all these amazing tracing tools. Cilium project, which is originated from Isovalent, uses eBPF to build networking connections in a cloud-native environment and also to provide security. So we can do things with eBPF like inspect every single network packet as it arrives in different points in the network stack and perhaps discard it if it's an out-of-policy packet, or redirect it really efficiently to wherever it's supposed to go in the cluster.
Yeah. And one of the dirty little secrets of security in general is we don't really have the processing power right now to handle all the volume of attacks that are coming in and analyze that. So this is a way to kind of get at that fundamental problem.
One of the really cool use cases actually for eBPF, there's a thing called XDP, which stands for Express Data Path. And it's looking at a network packet as soon as it arrives. You know, think of it as the packet's being pulled off the wire. And you can use it to filter out DDoS attacks, maybe packet of death mitigation by inspecting packets and dropping them, and build load balancers. And the really cool thing about XDP is you can do it in the CPU, but if you have a network driver or a network card that supports it, you can actually offload that processing to the network card. So that saves a ton of CPU resources for your applications. And I think that's really fascinating.
So everything will be benefiting and will be more efficient. Is this computer science at this point, or is it here now? People can use it and they should be thinking about it like tomorrow.
It's real. We maybe 4 or 5 years ago was the first time that I heard about eBPF, and back then it was cutting edge thing in the kernel. It was available, but only if you were using the most recent kernels. Now, pretty much every distribution that people are using in production has enough eBPF capability to be really useful. So yes, people are using it in production at scale. One really interesting little fact there about eBPF is Facebook were an early adopter, so Meta now. And I've been told that every packet that goes into Facebook.com has been through eBPF since 2017.
Wow.
So yeah, it's well established now. And we've got tons of people using the Cilium project in all kinds of different vertical industries and using it at scale. So it's here.
Will we use it only in the cloud, or will it be on premise, or is it only going to be accessible from these new generation of cloud native applications? How do I invoke it?
Yeah, so the answer is yes, you can run it wherever you have well, I was going to say wherever you have a Linux machine, but there's also work in progress with Microsoft doing eBPF on Windows. But yeah, absolutely. A great example would be AWS's EKS Anywhere, which is designed so that you can run your Kubernetes workloads on your own hardware or in the cloud identically. And EKS Anywhere uses Cilium, which is based on eBPF by default. So yeah, absolutely eBPF processing wherever you run your workloads.
All right. We're going to shift a bit of a gear because we're over here in Europe and there's this thing called Open UK. So what is that about for all us folks who don't normally live here? What are you guys up to?
Yeah, so Open UK is a body that's pushing for more use of open technologies in the UK and collaborating internationally. Really trying to explain to particularly the public sector and the world at large the benefits of using open technology and particularly for sustainable, better sustainability.
Yeah. Are there different levels of adoption of open source technologies by regions? Or are they somewhat different? And does UK have any particularly unique attributes or challenges?
Yeah, I mean, the answer is yes, there are regional variations. One of the things that Open UK does is an annual report on the state of open, focusing on the UK and how it's being used by different industries and different organisations. So yeah, the report the first part of the report for this year has recently been published. So that's available on the Open UK website.
How smart will all of this get in the future? Because one of the issues with using any type of AI in security or networking for that matter is the processing power that's available. So are we going to see some leaps and bounds in terms of features and capabilities on stuff that we never might have thought possible?
Yeah, I mean, it's always going to be an arms race in security, so I'm sure we will. There's amazing work being done. There's a whole conference here about, OpenSSF. There are lots of people doing amazing work on supply chain security. There's the real-time security tooling that we can build using eBPF. There's, I think, a bright future for people using, and also just taking security seriously. I think we've seen a lot more realization that things like patches, need to be applied, and you need to keep your software up to date. So yeah, there's progress.
So what's your best advice to folks about how to get engaged with this or start with this? I mean, do I just buy products and services that use it, or should I be engaged with it more deeply, or how do I think about it?
I think if people are interested in eBPF, there's a site, ebpf.io. There's a really great Slack channel about eBPF and Cilium, very kind of welcoming community. We've also got a virtual free conference coming up on the 28th and 29th of this month called eBPF Summit. So people are interested in the technology or hearing about how it's being used. We've got quite a few case studies where people are going to be talking about their use of eBPF-based tools in production. So yeah, come along to eBPF Summit and find out more.
All right, folks, you heard it here first. Perhaps there'll come a day soon where the new king will be hanging out at the Open UK and saying, hey, this is the way to go. But Liz, thanks for being on the show.
Thanks very much for having me.
All right, and thank you all for watching, and we'll be right back.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey guys, thanks for the throw. We're here with Derek Ashmore, who is a application transformation principal with Asperitas Consulting, and we're going to be talking about the challenges of application modernization. Derek, welcome to the show.
Thanks. Thanks, Michael. It's great to be here.
On the face of it, it would seem simple enough. We're taking some applications. We're going to either give them a facelift. We're going to move them up to the cloud. Maybe we'll refactor them along the way. What makes all this so difficult? It seems like everybody's having a hard time.
That's a very good question. I would say that it's not that it's incredibly difficult. I think of it as it's more than they expected when they entered their journey. Essentially, when everybody got into the cloud, they went initially with a lift and shift strategy, which is the predominant strategy that I saw our customers use. And after they got there, they realized that they had a hard time doing or leveraging the cloud's dynamic scaling, which helps them right size their applications and only pay for what they truly need. And it also didn't initially make them able to manage changes to their apps any better or any faster. And in a competitive environment, getting additional features and additional capabilities into your users' hands is key, particularly for applications that are competitive to the business. So
I think for a lot of organizations, it may also have to do with the folks involved because, frankly, they're only going to do it a couple of times, a handful of times. And so it's not really a core skill set. And it's not like, running the APM system that you're going to do 24/7. So as part of the issue is that a lot of these companies just don't have the internal skills on hand to move an application because it's not something they do every day.
Well, I think there's something to that. I also think that if done right, application modernization is as much about people process and the way you manage change to those apps as it is just a hosting technical issue, right? And so it actually requires a paradigm shift, not only for the staff that physically do the coding and physically do the moving, but there's a little bit of a paradigm shift for management as well, right? Essentially, the big birth release style for application changes basically kind of gives way if you're going to do continuous delivery or continuous deployment. And that requires that managers change their mindsets too. And paradigm shifts are harder than just going out and learning a new technology, right?
So do you think application modernization, once you're down the path, you're pretty much well on your way to DevOps best practices and maybe AOps down the road, but are people prepared for that? Do they understand that? Or is that part of as much a cultural change as it is a technical change?
It is as much of a cultural change as it is a technical change. And I think that a common problem I see is that people don't expect that when they start on the journey. They come to understand that when they're midway through the journey and they start making those adjustments. But with 2020 hindsight, I'm trying to get better at with customers who are at the front end of that journey. I'm trying to get better at setting those expectations and basically making customers aware of the changes that are coming down the pike sooner, so that they can, in an effort, so that they can better prepare themselves. And I say that, but there's a difference between me delivering that message and them understanding each word in my sentences and actually internalizing how that's going to impact how they think. There's a little, there's a difference there.
All right. So there comes a time when they realize that perhaps they are not in Kansas anymore. Do they tend to zone in on one cloud, or are they trying to figure out which workloads are optimized best for different clouds? I mean, what's the level of maturity and how quickly do they get down that path?
That's a very good question. vendor lock-in is a hot button for most execs, and I see a lot of our customers have footprints in multiple clouds, at least two. And I like the fact that you tied that to maturity, right? Because I think that what it takes to manage one cloud is a progressive enough change. I look at it as an evolutionary process. Basically, I wouldn't. I mean, I have one customer that wants to do wants to deploy an application in an active mode, and one side in AWS and one side in Azure. And due to the differing capabilities of clouds, that actually it takes a lot of maturity to get right. Right, you have to have expertise and yet not only is there more technologies to learn, but the cloud vendors have different capabilities. So oftentimes you're kind of, if you want to do active and multi-cloud, you basically need to go with least common denominator features that are available in both clouds that you're working with. And I think in terms of priorities, I usually don't recommend customers adopt multiple clouds early in the process because they've got enough to learn, right? With the paradigm shifts that are coming anyway and the people process issues that they deal with their first cloud. If they grow to be this tall, they can enter the next stride.
Yeah.
Is the way I phrase it.
Speaking of growing, are they lifting and shifting an existing monolithic app into the cloud, or are they trying to modernize it into a set of cloud native services, or how long does it take for them to get down that path? Because, it's almost to me like there's phase one and phase two.
Well, there are multiple phases, and most apps don't complete their modernization effort in a big berth kind of style. The whole thing about change management for applications these days is we go for very frequent deploys, but very much smaller deployments, much smaller changes, all right, smaller chunks. And oftentimes, applications, when they move from on-premise to the cloud, they're not perfect. In other words, they can't necessarily dynamically scale. They can't necessarily take advantage of the cloud's availability features. That comes in time. What I normally recommend to customers is that, to the extent possible, they either change, they do some combination of changing before you move, changing after you move. Basically, the act of rehosting should ideally not be coupled with a series of feature improvements for the application, something along those lines, just in keeping with the concept that smaller change is easier to manage and less risky.
Do you think that initially people make this transition because they think they're going to be reducing costs and saving money, and then at the back end, they kind of discover all this flexibility and capability that they never thought IT organizations would have? And for that matter, do they actually save money doing this, or is it just a matter of gaining the flexibility?
That's a good question. Part of that is accounting based, and I'm not an accountant. I'll tell you that right now. The CapEx versus OpEx paradigm shift goes into the equation, because essentially now that you're not investing hardware and data centers and property and that kind of stuff, that you don't have to purchase assets that depreciate. You basically get to expense it when you use it. That that kind of switch has a financial implication for customers, and that gets into your point about whether they save money, right? Do they save money? What I've seen is they end up saving money, but not quite as much as they expected. And what they also end up coming to realize is that to save even more money, they have to retool their applications so that it can grow and shrink with demand, right? It's a subtle point, but if you have a monolith that can't grow and shrink with demand, what you have to do is you have to buy enough compute power and enough resources on the cloud side to handle your peaks, which means that you're paying for idle a good percentage of the time, right? Which doesn't really help them from a financial perspective. So if they're going to be able to adapt in that way, they've got to enhance their applications to be able to capitalize on that. Another hot button for a lot of customers is availability. They want their apps always up, right? Most of us do. And if a monolith isn't built to be able to handle the availability of the features of the cloud, in other words, they can't gracefully one occurrence of an application can't gracefully be shut down, and another one gracefully be established without users knowing that there was a switch behind the scenes, then they don't get the availability features either, which incents them to change their applications so that they can take advantage of that, and their customers end up benefiting from that. And I hope you can tell me if I'm rambling too much.
No, you're doing fine. Essentially, what you're saying is that once they get there, they discover that the wardrobe that they brought does not fit the climate they're in. So they're basically changing the entire.
That is correct.
Right.
That is correct.
As we go down that path, or do you think also that the job roles within the organization change too? And there's this whole conversation about who moved my cheese, because there may not be a classic storage admin or a network guy the way there used to be. So, do you need to think through the job roles in the IT organization?
That's a very good point. We run into that quite a bit. Basically, I'll give you an example. One of our customers has for decades been, their network team manages DNS entries manually, and there's a whole submit this form if you want this kind of change in DNS. That worked fine for on-premises, but in the cloud where everything's so dynamic, there's no way for that process to keep up. And so what ends up happening is management has to do this paradigm shift, and they eventually realize that, hey, the way we managed stuff on-prem needs to adapt. It doesn't scale in the ways that the cloud is basically requiring us to scale. And it goes further than DNS entries. We see that a lot in network engineering teams. I liken it to what happened to database administration services along the way, right? At some point in the past 10 or 12 years, basically the pocket of people in most organizations that do database administration kinds of things basically have gotten a lot smaller, and the application developers have taken on that work. I'm seeing the same thing happening in the cloud. Application developers need to acquire cloud skills that they don't necessarily have, and they weren't necessarily prepared for, but now they're in this new world, and they've got to figure that out. Along the way, they've got to do the paradigm shifts for how they manage code and how they manage change, because managing change in smaller increments means you divide the work up differently, and you organize it differently, and you manage it differently. And that, I think, I think the skill set increase or the skill set change that happens along the way wasn't expected. Well, most corporations expect when they first get into the cloud, what do corporations do? They create a silo for it, right? A new technology comes along, they create a silo for it. So when the cloud came along, they create a silo for it. And they quickly realized that this world is different, that silo encompasses all these other disciplines that network engineering and security engineering used to do. And suddenly, as you said, who moved my cheese? If you're a system administrator and you're noticing that your footprints are going to the cloud, and increasingly they're not going on virtual machines like they used to. They're going into Kubernetes, or they're going into other cloud-specific workload deployment mechanisms, and there just isn't as much to manage, right? And so, they look at that, and they look at the increased cloud footprint and the decreased on-premise footprint, and some people get scared of that change.
Hey, have you ever seen anybody either just give up, or for that matter, repatriate a cloud application after they got there because of some of these issues they were unprepared for?
I have not seen anybody go to the cloud and then move back to on-premise. We do have customers that have contractual constraints or legal constraints that keep certain applications on premise, but that's a different discussion.
All right, cool. Well, I guess one way or another, once you get to the cloud, the proverbial bridge has been burned behind you, so there's no going back, so you might as well go forward. Hey, Derek, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you very much, Michael. I appreciate the opportunity.
All right, back to you guys in the studio.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey guys, thanks for the throw. We're here with Harish Grama, who is Global Cloud Practice Leader for Kyndryl, and we're going to be talking about not only their partnerships with multiple cloud service providers, but the rise of multi-cloud and hybrid cloud computing and where we're going from here. Harish, welcome to the show.
Thanks, Mike. Good to be here.
Since you guys spun out of IBM, I think you've created partnerships now with all the major cloud service providers. And the question I would have is, are you seeing from customers, are they kind of deploying individual classes of workloads on each cloud, or are they trying to unify the management of these things and they're looking to you guys to help with that? I mean, where are we on the proverbial journey?
Mike, I think that's a great question to start with. As you know, when we first started in this industry, everyone was saying, look, we're just going to take applications that have run our enterprise for decades, and we're going to rewrite everything cloud native and put them up on a public cloud, right? And as the days went by, we saw the motions of lift and shift, which really didn't work that well for the most part because of economics or lack thereof. And then, we saw people trying to, as I mentioned, rewrite the whole thing. And I think where people are and have been for a while is writing their applications in a hybrid motion, right? Sometimes you can't move your data up into the cloud. Sometimes, the regulators won't allow you if you're in a regulated industry. Sometimes it's just very hard to move some of these enterprise apps to the cloud if you don't have an inordinate runway and a lot of money to do it. So I think you see people following more of the hybrid motion, keeping data where it makes the most sense, rewriting stuff, extending out into the cloud, and leveraging the innovation of cloud. So that's what we really see from a hybrid perspective. From a multi-cloud perspective, well, clearly there's private cloud on-prem, one of the public clouds. I used to work in a bank, and I'll tell you, in the bank, we had a very strong mandate to say we're not going to be tied down to one public cloud. Number one, because we didn't want to be that's a business risk for us, or for them, I should say, because I'm no longer there. But equally, the bank's regulators demanded that we be on multiple public clouds, right? Just to mitigate risk, concentration risk, as they would call it. And so what we ended up doing was really, following application design patterns, if you will, or cloud application design patterns. And we would, define a pattern that is representative of an application type. So, think about your Java web transaction server or Java web transaction application, which is 60% of the applications out there. So we created a pattern for that, and we ensured that, applications written to that pattern could go to, AWS and Azure and so on and so forth. So there was, we're mitigating concentration risk, if you will. So kind of a long answer to an opening question, but hopefully that gave you, some flavor for what we're seeing.
A lot of what you just described is what some folks might refer to as data gravity. Do you think that they underestimate the challenges of data gravity when they start talking about multi-cloud and hybrid cloud? And people forget that data is difficult to move, copy, replicate, and a lot of times bad things happen.
Yeah, so data is hard to copy, replicate, and secure, for that matter, right? I mean, public clouds have some of the best security is built in, but if you're not an adept user of that cloud, then it's like the analogy of you can have the best lock on your front door, but if you don't lock it, it's not going. People are going to just walk in, right? And that's certainly true here as well. And so that's where people like us, a trusted partner like Kyndryl, were able to help you to ensure that things like that don't happen. With respect to data gravity, for sure, right? Because if you're going to avoid concentration risk and you're saying, look, I'm going to move a same pattern of applications, some of them to Cloud 1, some of them to Cloud 2, then what do you do with your data? Do you move that to Cloud 1 or Cloud 2? Because very often they're sharing it. So the selection of what you move, where, and who is using it, and what the scope of that data is equally important, as is securing it, right? So sometimes it just makes sense to leave all of it on-prem, or if there really is a class of applications that can move to a particular cloud along with its data, you can move it there. And then you have to think about other things like, hey, if I put too much data up there, all of these clouds charge data egress charges, and you could be staring at a really big bill if you're not careful.
And I think you alluded to this earlier, but I wonder if people are becoming more sensitive to the cost of the cloud, because if I do have a long-running application, it may turn out to be more expensive in the cloud than in an on-premises environment, depending on what accounting rules that I use. But are you hearing from people that they're kind of want to review their whole cloud costs as the economy kind of changes?
Yeah, that's a great point. Recently, Mike, I did this interview with another publication, where I kind of mentioned that it was one of the analyst firms that said 67% of the CIOs were not really happy about the way they were getting, an effective return on their spend on cloud. And everything just takes much longer than you can think, right? So that certainly is true for a lot of people. But if you plan right, from the outset, and this, think about it, this as the Gartner's 6 Rs, right? Are you going to re-platform? Are you going to retire? Are you going to rehost, re-architect, et cetera? And you take on the right initiatives, again, with somebody like us that understands this landscape and has done it for many Fortune 1000 companies and beyond, it starts to become much more of a viable proposition.
Speaking of those R's, one of them is rewrite, or sometimes you're just writing from scratch, but are you starting to see people write more cloud native applications using microservices, containers? Have we kind of maybe past some sort of proverbial crossing of the chasm here?
Yeah, so you see the gamut of it, right? There certainly are born on the cloud companies where they have no legacy to deal with, and they tend to do everything on the cloud, 12-factor microservices, and so on and so forth, cloud native, right? Just perfect. But for most of our customers, especially the ones that we deal with, they all have legacy. They've been running their banks, their telcos, their retail enterprises for decades on end, and they don't have the luxury to go and reinvent all of that. And sometimes it's just simply not possible for some of the reasons that we mentioned earlier on in this conversation. So over there, you see, the industry mostly modernizing, and containerization is a great way to modernize. When you don't have all of the source code sometimes, or you want to refactor it to some extent, and get some of the cloud native capabilities and the cloud native advantages, you start to, you can containerize them and modernize them and run them on cloud. So you really do see the gamut of things out there.
As we kind of go down that path, is IT getting more complex? Because I think we promised people something that felt like an easy button about a decade ago, but every time I turn around, there's yet another new architecture. There's edge computing is now coming down the pike. So are we getting to the point where this is just getting too complex for mere mortals to handle?
Yeah, I think that's a great point, right? I mean, and that's where we shine. Think about most companies. Again, we talked about the fact that they all have legacy, and legacy is anything that you've deployed. You deploy something today, it's legacy that you have to deal with forever going forward. So when you start to use new models like cloud computing, and then now edge, etc., I mean, essentially you're doing the same things, but you're doing it in more innovative ways, more flexible ways, in ways that bring more value to the company. And that's why people switch to modern technologies as they're available for the most part. But with that comes the sprawl of all the existing things that you've already deployed, plus the new things that you're doing, right? And you take public cloud, for instance. Yes, everything is managed by the cloud, but only to the extent that it's things running in the cloud by the cloud, right? Even in my containerization example, the cloud understands what containers are running, can manage it, can provision it, and so on and so forth, but it has no idea what's running within it. And then when you get into a hybrid example, that sprawl becomes much worse. So the ability to help people run in that sprawl with a little bit of everything, with the cloud spitting a zillion messages at you, but being able to make sense of it, automating it, getting some artificial intelligence to predict issues and operational issues even before they happen and correct it. That's the kind of help that people need that we do so well here in Kyndryl.
There are many global SIs and smaller boutique firms these days, and they all say they specialize in the cloud. What, from your perspective, ultimately differentiates one from the other? What should folks be looking for?
So, look, I think you need to find somebody that, number one, has the scale of operations, right? Are they present all over the world where you're working? And sometimes some of these small niche boutique firms, yes, they have some very smart people. They even have some IP, but they're not really. They don't really scale. Next is, you look at us. Kyndryl may be new, and we're going to be a year old on the 4th of November. So in the next 4 days, we'll actually be a year old. But we've been in existence in some way, shape, or form for the last 33 years, since the late 80s, right? And in those 33, 34 years now, I should say, we have collected a lot of, digital exhaust or metadata from managing infrastructure, applications, and so on and so forth. And we're able to build IP and build, capabilities infused with artificial intelligence and machine learning that allows us to do the things that I was describing, which is, predict when something is going to go wrong, or, take a look at all the costs that you're incurring using the different elements of on-prem, public clouds, etc. Predict where your spend might go way beyond. Predict how your development is happening in the DevSecOps cycle. So it can be applied to almost the entire life cycle of how software gets written, deployed, and managed on the cloud. And that's really what you should be looking at, because otherwise, it becomes really complicated and really hard to get your arms around.
Mm-hmm. Do you think the relationship between internal IT teams and services providers is changing? Because, historically they're always kind of looked at each other somewhat warily, but, is that whole conversation getting a little more collegial?
Well, I mean, collegial or not, I think there is a real need for them to work much more closely with, services firms like us. And when you embark on a cloud journey to a public cloud or hybrid or what have you, you suddenly realize that at some level, the company that's trying to do this ends up being the integrator across all these pieces, and that's not their core competence. So they look for, again, a trusted partner like us with scale of operations and size, et cetera, to help them through that journey, right? So I think the interdependence is a lot more. So for the most part, you want it to be collegial, but of course, sometimes it goes the other way as well.
So that interdependence, though, some of that is just simply a factor. We don't have enough people to handle all these different classes of workloads, and we need to find a more efficient way, because even the largest company cannot fully staff their entire IT organization full of full-time employees. It's just cost prohibitive. The cost of labor is still the biggest cost of IT. So as we go along here, do you think that we're going to have a greater appreciation for the math that goes into that relationship?
Oh, yeah. And I'm already seeing it, right? I mean, which is why we have IP and capabilities offerings, if you will, that give people a handle on what they're spending, what the trends are, and, what the best practices around deploying the various pieces of technology that host ultimately their applications, right? Because it's all about their business applications and their ability to be competitive in the market, leveraging that. And cost is a very, very important aspect of it, right? So it's cost, it's the complexity of managing it, it is the security and compliance around it. All of those go hand in hand. And yes, increasingly, it's harder for enterprises to do it themselves, which is why they need trusted partners like us.
Mm-hmm. So what's that one thing you see customers doing in the cloud that just makes you shake your head and go, I cannot believe we're still having this kind of engagement, or what some folks might call an anti-pattern? But, what's your best advice to folks about how to think about the cloud these days?
So, even as the cloud journey has progressed and evolved and people are really seeing cloud for what it is and not what they thought, I still see very often people fall into the trap of saying, hey, look, I'm going to go to cloud to save money, right? And I want to do it quickly, and I want to save money quickly. So if you start to lift and shift apps and move them to cloud quickly to save money, it's actually going to go the other way. You're going to increase your costs, right? If done right, you can save costs if done right, but it takes a while. But very often, you really want to go there because even if it doesn't save you outright costs, you're leveraging the innovation and you're able to do better in your business. So, think of it as, even if your bottom line, if your costs don't go down, if your top line goes up, then you're doing well, right? So that's really the advice I'd give people.
All right. Hey, Harish, thanks for being on the show.
Thanks, Mike. Thanks for spending the time. I appreciate it.
All right, guys, you heard it here. The cloud is more nuanced than we all appreciate. Hey, guys, back to you in the studio.
Hi again, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed today's episode of Techstrong TV. We had some amazing interviews with industry professionals to give you the latest in the tech world. And alongside our extensive conference coverage and episode of Engineering the Change, we had some amazing content today. We'll be back again on Monday, so we hope to see you then. In the meantime, thank you so much for watching and hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. As always, stay strong. Tech Strong. Hello everyone, and welcome to Techstrong TV. Today is Tuesday, December 6th, and I hope you're all having a wonderful day so far. I'm your host, William Willis, and in today's show, we're going to bring you some fantastic interviews with incredible guests from around the world, so stay tuned. As always, I'm going to start off with our Techstrong News Recap, filling you in on the biggest tech headlines that are making waves. Then we'll go to KubeCon Cloud Native Con North America, where Mitch met with Uma Mukara, head of chaos engineering at Harness, to discuss the importance of chaos engineering and its increased adoption across many sectors. Also at KubeCon Cloud Native Con, Mitch spoke with Victor Gamov, developer advocate for Kong, about API security and why it is such a big deal today, as well as announcements regarding Kong Gateway 3.0. Then we go to Qualys Security Conference 2022, where Alan met with Silas Atherley, Senior Vice President of Product Management at Qualys, to talk about Qualys' unified cloud platform. Also at Qualys Security Conference 2022, Alan met with Payal Mehrotra, Senior Director of VMDR and TrueRisk at Qualys, to discuss why organizations should be taking a risk-based approach to mitigating threats. We're then joined by our very own Cody J. Brown, who will hop on and tell us more about some of our upcoming webinars. Next up, we're airing episode 4 of our series, Engineering the Change. This series will follow the 3 winners of the Engineering the Change Scholarship Program as they tackle a 10-week intensive coding bootcamp and prepare themselves for careers in software engineering. We will then wrap up this broadcast with 2 episodes of View with Vizard. In the first episode, Mike interviews Luo CEO Nicholas Robalt, as Nicholas explains how the DevOps workflows will be consistently applied across edge computing platforms at a time when IT is becoming more distributed than ever. Then Mike interviews Cybrary CEO Kevin Haynes, as Kevin explains why organizations during uncertain economic times need to focus on upskilling the skills of the cybersecurity teams they already have. And that's what we have coming up for you on this episode of Techstrong TV. So without further ado, let's get the show started. Enjoy.
Do you know what you want?
Can we afford this place?
I'm thinking a 1,000-piece Kubernetes, cloud workload protection, and XDR combo.
Yeah, I actually don't see any prices.
Hello, how can I schedule a demo for you today?
So we're on a budget.
Okay.
How much is your 1,000-piece Kubernetes?
What solutions are you currently evaluating?
You don't have to order off that thing.
We don't?
How did you get in here? Check this out.
Uptick secret dollar menu.
Order today and you can secure any combo of cloud and endpoint assets through the end of next year. All for $1.
What if I want to secure 100 Mac laptops and 900 Linux servers?
Yeah, $1. What if I want 500 laptops and 500 Kubernetes nodes? Just $1? Yep, mix and match to create the combo that works for you.
What about customer support?
Yep, everything for just $1. We're gonna order off the Uptick secret dollar menu. And seriously, how did you get in here?
Seriously.
Try the Uptick's combo of CNAP and XDR, delivered in a single UI and data model. Just $1 to secure your cloud, containers, and laptops through the end of next year. Offer ends December 31st.
Hi again, everyone. Here are the headlines for December 6th. First up, the director of the FBI, Chris Wray, has raised national security concerns over TikTok. Ray cited concerns that the Chinese government had the ability to control the app's recommendation algorithm to manipulate content and influence operations in the US. Additionally, Ray noted that the app could be used to collect data on its users. Concerns about China's influence on TikTok is nothing new, as this story has been playing out over the course of the past couple years, even as the company has repeatedly stated that the Chinese government has no access to the app. This being said, the US officials in TikTok are currently in talks about an agreement that would resolve American security concerns, with TikTok saying that they believe that they can come to a resolution that would satisfy them. In other news, in order to increase advertisers on its platform, Twitter has offered advertising incentives to increase ad spending. Twitter has offered to match ad spending 100% for advertisers that book $500,000 or more, up to $1 million cap, in what it is hailing as the biggest advertiser incentive in history of Twitter. This comes as many companies such as General Mills and Audi have stopped or paused ad spending on Twitter. However, Apple and Amazon, two companies that originally paused spending, have stated that they plan on resuming advertising, pending some security tweaks to the ad service. Next, as more users are dissatisfied with the current direction Twitter is moving in, many are looking towards alternatives. This has led to massive increases in the user bases of Twitter-like social apps, but the newfound popularity of these apps are bringing scaling and security issues to the spotlight. A prime example being Hive. With all the Twitter chaos, Hive grew to over 2 million users by the end of November. However, it has had to resort to shutting down its servers to work on critical vulnerabilities that have become apparent because of the influx of users. Some of these vulnerabilities include bugs that would allow attackers to access user data and edit posts. Hive has not yet stated when they plan to go back online, but this incident poses questions over the security for all the Twitter alternatives. In other news, the New Zealand government has said it plans to implement a law that will require digital companies, including Meta and Google, to pay local media companies for the content that they distribute to their users. Many of the New Zealand media companies have been struggling to stay afloat as more and more advertising moves to digital. In order for them to continue to operate, they need to be able to profit from the contents that they distribute, and that is exactly what this newly proposed law intends to do. The legislation will go to Parliament, where it is expected to pass. Zooming out, other countries such as Australia and Canada have created similar laws to help digital platforms make deals with local media companies. And just last week, a review by the Australian government showed that the policy was largely successful. On Container Journal, we have an article looking at a survey that shows a significant spike in Kubernetes use. A survey getting responses from over 500 IT employees found that 79% said that their organizations increased their Kubernetes usage over the past 2 years, and 87% said that they expect their Kubernetes usage to increase even more in the next 2 years. The survey also looks at the reasons for the increased Kubernetes use and some of the main challenges in implementation. To learn more, go to containerjournal.com. On Security Boulevard, we have an article looking at how Palo Alto Networks is moving towards securing medical devices. Palo Alto Networks has stated that it is extending its Secure Access Service Edge platform to medical devices in a move that would create a zero-trust IT environment with least privileged access policies for medical devices. To learn more, go to securityboulevard.com. Finally, on DevOps.com, we have an article looking at how Amazon Web Services launched a preview of its Amazon Code Catalyst framework that can automatically provision and configure developer environments in the cloud. Amazon has said that the goal of this new framework is to reduce the friction that developers encounter when they need to launch a new development project. To learn more, go to DevOps.com. And that's today's Techstrong News Recap.
DevOps.com is the #1 online destination for DevOps education and community building. DevOps.com covers all aspects of DevOps, including DevOps best practices and tools, DevOps culture, DevSecOps, business impact, continuous testing, continuous delivery, and more. DevOps.com has the largest collection of original DevOps content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.devops.com to learn more. DevOps.com, where the world meets DevOps.
This is Techstrong TV.
Well, we're back. We're here at KubeCon 2022 in Detroit, Motor City, Detroit City. We have one more interview today. I'll say that and then another one will pop up. But we have one more interview today. I think it's our last. But certainly we'll enjoy this. Talking with Uma Mukata, who is with Harness. You're also the founder of the Litmus project, and I think you're the primary on it as well, correct?
Yeah, that's true. Nice meeting you, Mitch, here. Good to be here, yes.
Tell us a little bit about yourself, because you've gone through an acquisition and you have more of a history than I described.
Okay. Yeah, I founded Litmus project with the idea of trying to do cloud-native chaos engineering for Kubernetes ecosystem back in 2018. We've been doing a lot of work with the community to build this project for chaos engineering needs. It's been going on well. We gave it to the foundation back in 2020 as a sandbox project. Earlier this year, we became an incubating project. Harness acquired us earlier this year. I'm now head of chaos engineering at Harness. It's been great. The whole idea of me coming to Harness is to deliver the chaos capabilities for the modern CD platforms. So, it's been a great journey.
Why do you think it was important for Harness to acquire a company like yours and have someone heading up? I mean, it's a great field, a lot of interest in it. People are adopting it in different ways.
Yes. So, it's very well suited for Harness to have the chaos engineering as a feature in its platform, because there's a very organic need for this cloud-native modern ecosystem to put more thrust on the reliability, right? So things are very, very dynamic, and Harness has the vision of being a complete software delivery platform, right from where you code, deploy, and then test it, and then actually take care of reliability in production too, right? So chaos engineering is the technology that helps in making sure that you can take care of reliability in DevOps, right? It's been gaining a lot of traction. People are looking for chaos engineering, so I would say chaos engineering completes one important gap in Harness portfolio. So it's a kind of natural fit.
It's interesting. I think many people know chaos engineering from Chaos Monkey, kind of early days, right? That was at least that's when I first heard the term. But the state of the art has advanced far from that, just kind of turning stuff off and trying to break things. How would you describe today's state of the art of chaos engineering?
Yeah, no, great question. I love this question because that's true. Chaos Monkey from Netflix, at that time it was more of how to do reliable streaming services, right? It was all in production, so only the experts can do chaos engineering. But it was lulled for some time, and about 3-4 years ago, there was a new need for chaos engineering because cloud-native ecosystem is growing very fast, right? So the need for chaos engineering now is not just in ops, but also for developers, QA teams, to make sure that you take care of reliability at the pre-prod level, not necessarily in prod. And that's why we are actually seeing more and more adoption, right? So chaos engineering is known for ops only, but now the latest trend is, I've been saying actually chaos engineering is not just for ops. That's my tagline right now. Mm-hmm. My other tagline is chaos engineering is for masses. That means, even developers are going to see this chaos as a developer tool set, right? Which helps in tackling reliability at the time of writing code, right? So that's the modern chaos engineering, I would say. And it's become so easy. You don't need to be an expert to do chaos, right? So that's what cloud native does to you, right? So it's become completely declarative. There are so many ready-made chaos experiments available. So an average software experienced user can introduce chaos engineering into the software development lifecycle and get the benefits out of it.
How do you find organizations bring in chaos engineering? I can imagine some managers, some technical leaders saying, we need to do that for cloud native resiliency issues. Others might say, hey, I don't want anything in there messing around, making things worse, right? I already got enough issues. Is it developers, is it ops people, or is it usually being brought in by someone more senior in the hierarchy?
I would say it's kind of both. Traditionally, it's been a little bit higher in the hierarchy. VP of Ops, VP of SREs, they are the ones who say, okay, I might need chaos engineering as a need, but now things are happening in a right way as well, right? So people are more finding chaos engineering need in QA, right? So it's developers or QA leads. They are being tasked with, you have to make sure that things are taken care in terms of quality. In QA also, you need to cover so many things right now because of the containerization. So they're looking for chaos engineering. So I would say the software managers, DevOps leads are the purchase personas for chaos engineering, increasingly. I mean, the whole thing continues to remain true. SREs still need chaos engineering, but it's not just the SREs. And more, we are seeing that the software engineering managers, DevOps engineer leads, they are looking for chaos engineering, and they are deciding, to go and get a head start of chaos engineering in their organization, and then multiple teams are taking it up.
Okay. You mentioned early Chaos Monkey being something that you had to be an expert to know how to design it, tell it what to do to disrupt video streams. And today, that sort of expert isn't required to do chaos engineering. What does it take to do chaos engineering today?
Today, for example, in harness chaos engineering, you just need to know how to put things together, right? It's like a pseudocode, right? I need to run this reliability test. So I need to break something, and I need to check whether something is right or not, right? That's how most of the cloud native Kubernetes-based stuff is. It's declarative in nature. So you define ABC conditions, the chaos operator will take care of you, right? So they just need to know the use case and a flow of the test case, and then you're good, right? You don't really need to be an expert.
So more of a declarative language, so you can set it against anything you want.
Yeah, it's all YAML.
Only knowing about one thing. Great. Any announcements or anything happen at the show that
I know.
Talk about?
We are announcing Harness Chaos Engineering availability in a limited form. This KubeCon, we've been part of Harness for the last 8 months. We've been hard at work in bringing the chaos capabilities into Harness platform as a module. We are announcing this is the first enterprise product that has both CD and CE, the chaos engineering together. We would like to announce the availability of Harness Chaos Engineering as part of the Harness platform.
Very good. Harness is a great company, a lot of developer tools, open source things, and a lot of folks use it. Any impressions of the show? Chaos engineering isn't new. It was talked a lot about at different times in our industry. There's a lot of other things that have come along too. What's your kind of view on state of cloud native and where we are?
Cloud native, it's grown big. It's no more a fancy thing. It's reality. There are so many adoption stories now. Most of the talks are experiences of the challenges, best practices, case studies that shows that cloud native has grown. And I see various areas being talked within KubeCon. For example, I was dying to talk about chaos engineering at KubeCon 4 years ago. This KubeCon, we have about 6 to 7 chaos engineering talks, one from Goldman Sachs, right? And then we had a full chaos day by Harness with the entire day of chaos talks. Things like that, observability, I see, low code, no code stuff, service meshes. There are many areas that are being, nurtured and improved within some. And then so many vendors, so many technologies. It's always a great learning. The show has been great.
It's amazing because I've had that same conversation with other people talking about 2.5, 3 years ago. We'd love to have people talking more about SRE or adoption of OpenTelemetry, chaos engineering, et cetera. And a lot of things have accelerated very quickly in just a few years. 2 years since the beginning of the pandemic. 3 years ago, I guess it is now. To me, it's kind of shocking how things have changed so much in a relatively short period of time.
I would say there is a role being played by CNCF as a foundation, creating and nurturing, developing a community. Used to take a great skill. Now somebody like me with a lot of help from the foundation, I could start a project, build a community around it, find people, talk like, KubeCon is giving me an opportunity to talk like this. It's all part of the foundation. I think this is one of the good things that happened to the industry as a whole. I would have to give the credit to the foundation.
Yeah, the early days, you were on your own. Start an IRC channel or something.
Yeah, exactly.
Get people going, and you were it was up to you to do it all.
Yeah.
It is a tremendous amount of support that they provide.
Yeah.
Well, hope you're having a great show, and thanks to you for spending some time with us.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for having me. It's been great. Thank you.
Great. Uma Mukata with Harness, head of Chaos Engineering. We are wrapping up for the day. I don't see anybody else lined up, and we've got some hungry video production team members. So I have a feeling we're going to be hitting a steakhouse here pretty soon. So thank you for joining us today. We've had some fabulous guests, Uma and others who have been with us, and I appreciate you that you spent time with us today too. Of course, you'll be able to catch this on replay on Techstrong TV, so those videos will be posted soon. So hang tight, you'll get to catch any that you might have missed and want to see. We will be back tomorrow morning. We've got several interviews in the morning on Friday from KubeCon to kind of wrap up our week here. And we'll see you on Techstrong.tv. Thanks for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you, Mitch.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey, we're back. I said we would be back, and we're here at KubeCon 2020 in Detroit, Motor City, Detroit City. And I have the pleasure of being joined again by, I think we last talked at Valencia.
Yes.
By Vic Kamoff. Welcome from KubeCon. Good to have you here, man.
Yeah, it's great to have you. It's great to be here. It's a huge honor to chat with you again. It's a pleasure, always pleasure.
Well, if you can't talk with a developer, talking with a developer is the next best thing. If, no offense.
Yeah.
I mean, because you talk to so many people that are, of course, doing that kind of work. I always love getting your perspective on it because you hear from, everybody from probably the beginning person just getting into Kubernetes to folks who know a lot about it because they've been working with it for a couple of years now. Tell us first a little bit about your role, yourself, and also, of course, Kong.
Yeah. So I work as a developer advocate, and as you mentioned, I talk a lot with developers and see their perspective of some of the problems that they're trying to solve. And from perspective of Kong, we see how Kong can help solve their problems with the API connectivity, some of the security problems that they're trying to solve, authorization, notification, and obviously operation and automation certain things. It's there's a saying that if something is really hard, you need to do it often. But smart people like to adopt automation. If you're doing something often, just outsource it to some dumb computers that will do this for you. So, and there's a lot of conversation around those topics.
Most of us don't like the repetitive, especially after they do it enough, then it becomes mundane, then it becomes toil and all of that. So, automating it is usually where we, especially developers, because it's easy for us to do. API security is a hot topic, especially in the security world, because security people are kind of like, okay, what's APIs? And we've been around, but why is it suddenly such a big deal? Why is API security such a big deal today?
So it's very interesting topic because in the past, a couple of years back, we see a lot of leaks happened through data leaks. Someone put their database server outside of the world without password, and some sneaky people wrote the sneaky programs that go and find those applications. People over this time, they learned that this is a bad idea, and establishing conversation between the systems through database is a really bad idea. So people keep adopting APIs as the way how they will talk to different systems, and the number of APIs in the wild just exploded and increased. And we see this as a vendor of the platform that the people running their APIs on top. And that's why we see a lot of attacks happening, not directly onto data systems, but to APIs. And not specifically to find something specific. Maybe explode some of the, a denial of service type of attacks and see what breaks. For example, calling the get request on certain API, like a get products type of thing, and see how fast the server will go down. So it's like a simple way, because usually, read-only APIs, people thinking we don't need to really protect this. This a read-only API, because there's no modification of data not happening there. But it's still possible that through denial of service type of attacks, the things that happen. Another thing is that when you're exposing those APIs, you usually provide some sort of the way how we can distinguish these consumers of your APIs. So we see a lot of leaks through, for example, someone commit the API key into their GitHub repository, and some of the scanners that can go and find like strings that look like API keys. And after that, just take this and explore what kind of APIs can be achieved through this key, because different keys can provide different level of entitlements. Some of the keys will give you like certain level of access to data, and some of the API keys give you like admin access to some of the things. So that's important things, and helping developers to have ability to quickly to figure out what is happening with through like some observability tools. So they would get the alerts when the certain API usage start go up, and say, oh, okay, someone is doing something funky. Let's go investigate and see what is going on there. And also we start learning a lot of these things because we are building our own like managed service, and we, if we were all in Valencia, I'd probably say like drinking our own, I don't know, wine, but we're in America, we're eating our dog food, right? So we eating Kong inside our managed service. We use this, and we like everything we learn running managed service, we're putting back in the product. So that's why with Kong Gateway, we really hardened some security features. We are now FIPS compliant. We increased integration with OpenTelemetry, so it's natively supported.
Are those some announcements that you made here?
Yeah, we did the user conference called Kong Summit a few weeks back, and the Kong Gateway 3.0 is a big thing. Integration with the OpenTelemetry, that's a big thing. So plug your Honeycomb, plug your Datadog, plug whatever implementation you have, and you get the data from your API, and you will see how fast your API is, what kind of like error rates you're getting. You will get the latency numbers. So it's a pretty cool thing, and this is how we're trying to help to developers provide the tools so they will be ready when the someone will come knocking and saying, hey, like we want to DDoS your APIs.
It's interesting. We were talking about this on some other discussions today. Developer productivity is really, I've heard it multiple times come up during the conference. And you can, the obvious reasons why, with economy and people trying to use resources, some of our most valuable resources, effectively. API security is also something that can be a distraction, right? If you're having issues. And by the way, to me, part of the explosion of APIs around microservices, how do all these things talk? API services, API first designed applications where the app is all APIs and it's just layered on top of it as a GUI that's talking to those APIs, rather than sort of ingress and egress, the M&M model, right? The hard exterior. So we don't want developers being called into production issue on this API thing, or and of course REST is probably the most commonly used, right? It looks like an HTTP attack, but it's actually can be attacked against our APIs. So it's not surprising to see Kong and others contributing and being part of OpenTelemetry. You wouldn't think of that as an API security topic, right? Yeah,
but what I like to say, I guess it's a moment where I'm wearing back my consultancy, kind of like the jacket, and saying, hey, whatever you cannot manage, you cannot control. If you cannot manage your API rates, you don't know the numbers, how fast, what kind of SLA you provide for your API consumers, what's the response times, and there's no baseline, and you don't know like what is going on. That's very dangerous situation, and especially if you we speaking about the economy, people sell APIs. The people you as a user, you paying the API provider to use their services through the APIs.
That might be the only way to use the service.
Exactly. Right? Like API monetization is a big topic, and like the like measuring API calls and more importantly, getting this granularity per service, per a product, like as a product, so you can get different, like take the Twitter, you can have a tweet, or you can have a different layer where you have access to their, like a fire hose. The tweets through some sort of delay, but with fire hose you had tweets immediately, and it's a different SLA. It's a different kind of like you pay more premium to get this, like a premium features and all these kind of things. Yeah.
Any other announcements or things happening for you at KubeCon?
You mentioned the developer productivity, and I think one of the topics that we also tackle, actually in the world of, okay, so what we're trying to achieve, we're trying to hire more people and create the of people who are repeating some of the tasks, or what we're trying to automate some of the tasks and continue, focusing on some of the like challenges, like solving some of the customers' problems. So, one of the things we're trying to solve with automation is basically running Kong at scale, and usually you might have expertise from some Kong consultants to go and install and configure everything is correctly. Now it's not necessary, so we announced this new technology preview, tech preview of Kong Gateway Operator that essentially takes experience that we gain in our cloud, gain working with our customers, and some of the best practices we develop this and automate this and put as a part of the product when the people can just install their cluster. And we support this gateway API that comes beta in currently, and some of the cloud providers already started support this. Think about this as a kind of Ingress 2.0, but more advanced. You mentioned this REST is kind of like a lingua franca for talking through APIs, but we also see many services are exposed on L7 protocols, TCP, UDP, in all the stuff that layered on top of it. So Gateway API extends kind of ingress ideas and put this more like more specific APIs around like your HTTP traffic, gRPC traffic, your TLS traffic, and all these kind of things. I think that as of right now, one of my colleagues is actually speaking about this the Gateway API. He's co-leading this specification with his colleague from Google, and this kind of like things will happen in open.
Mm-hmm. Very good. So I assume you have a booth here. Folks can visit with you.
Yes.
How about website? Where do folks? I'm sorry. Where's the booth?
It's George 17.
George 17.
Yeah.
How about the website, folks? I know you have a lot of ways to engage with your product.
Yeah, it's konghq.com, and go and find konghq on the YouTube. All the things that I'm, describing right now, I already put a bunch of videos there, and like folks can learn how they can do this in spend a few minutes, learn something new.
Yep. konghq.com and check you out on YouTube.
Yep.
Vic, very good.
Thank you so much.
Always enjoy talking with you.
Likewise.
Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for being with us. Be sure and check out konghq.com, and lots of great stuff there. We will be back. I think we have one more interview. I don't want to say we're saving the best for last, but it's going to be really good. So thanks. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Have a nice day.
SecurityBoulevard.com is the leading resource for news, analysis, and education on challenges facing the cybersecurity industry. SecurityBoulevard.com covers all aspects of cybersecurity, including data security, DevSecOps, cloud security, application security, network security, security threats, and more. SecurityBoulevard.com has the largest selection of security content, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.securityboulevard.com to learn more. SecurityBoulevard.com, home of Security Bloggers Network.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hi everyone, we're back here live in Vegas for the Qualys QSC show. Day 2. You know, we've had some amazing keynotes yesterday and again today. We've some great sessions as well. There's a CISO session going on pretty soon that I actually wanted to catch. It looked really good. But I want to introduce you to someone who spoke. Well, he's been with us at RSA. He was with us last year at the QSC show. It's Silas Athley. Close?
Pronounce it right, Alan.
All that practice paid off. Thank you. Silas, welcome back. How have you been?
Doing great. Great to be back. This is my third interview on Alan's show.
Yes.
This is my 10th year in Qualys and my 10th security conference at Qualys.
Good for you.
Yeah.
Congratulations. That's great. So you actually had a chance to speak yesterday. I believe it was immediately following Sumed's keynote.
Correct.
You know, most of the people watching this weren't here.
Right.
So why don't we tell them a little bit about what your talk was about?
Right. So Sumed's talk was all about like how there's a need to bring in automation and speed to simplify security and to help customers reduce risk faster. And my talk followed after that, how Qualys platform and its integrated capabilities help customers do that, right? Like how can customer get more security in the investment what they're doing, as well as how they can break the silo they have today to reduce the risk faster. So that was all the talk about. I think the talk concentrated more on, look, at the end of the day, security teams need to do 4 things, right? Like in their day-to-day world to reduce risk. They need to find all their assets, what they have, bring in the business context for it. They will do everything possible to mitigate the risk for it. That's meaning like they would be doing vulnerability, configuration management, DevOps management, and they would be doing everything possible to detect the threats and respond to it. And then compliance as a checkbox of making sure like whatever they are doing in all 3 areas, they're showing the report to their auditors. The talk was all about how Qualys platform brings all of these capabilities together with a context so that your teams spend less time in Excel sheets. Because by the way, no security analyst signed up for cybersecurity job thinking like they're going to work in Excel sheets more.
Yeah.
And how companies can save that time and reduce the risk faster. That was all the talk about.
Excellent. So, first of all, I would just change one little thing.
Sure.
I think when you're doing security right, which is what you're talking about, compliance is a byproduct
of that, yes.
Rather than just a checkbox.
Yeah.
It's a byproduct.
Right.
Because if you're doing security right, you are compliant. But I want to really go in another direction with you. It's great the way you laid it out. Even I could do it, right? But in order to do that, you need a platform.
Correct.
Like, you mentioned the Qualys platform. Security today is so complex, and there's so many data points, and there's so much to worry about. You need that platform. That's the great enabler, right?
Right.
I think what, and it's come across the last 2 days here. The Qualys platform is, I call it hyperscale, right? I don't call it. I didn't make that name up. Hyperscale obviously is a real name. But there are a few companies in the world that can get to that level.
Sure.
As you mentioned, some of them even use Qualys, right?
Yeah.
But how does the scalability of the platform enable end users like who are watching this to simplify their security?
Absolutely. Great question, Alan. So I would say from the benefits perspective, 2 parts, right? We all talk about technology people needing to uplift the conversation to risk. That conversation of risk is only possible if you're getting the comprehensive data from all the sources possible. So the first part of the platform is we provide multi-sensor approach for customers. There are a lot of talks from startups, from companies like, hey, agentless better, agent-based better, snapshot better, this better. What Qualys provides is a multi-sensor approach. We think that you need all sensors. You need to get attacker's perspective, so you need network scanner. You need agents to get comprehensive data. You need snapshot to know your SCA and the open source libraries. You need to know even your SAS connectors to pull the data from SAS. So Qualys platform gets this comprehensive data in the platform where we have gone through our own digital transformation. It's the most overused word, if I may use that. But what it means is we have changed the technology to use bare metal, Kubernetes, so that we use the new age technologies to index all of this huge data to create the data lake. And on top of that, we have provided the modules or the capabilities like the asset management, and giving that context of what is my asset and if it is important or not, if it is a database machine or not, if it's a production machine or not, then giving that context ahead for doing the vulnerability management. And then not just doing the detection that I have 4 million vulnerabilities, but what's the risk of that? The 4 million means I need to only look into maybe 132 vulnerabilities which are posing risk to this production database. So giving this context from asset side to vulnerability risk, so the platform does this hard yard, put in hard yards to provide the insights and context for customers. Additionally, we do the patch management by providing the same agent which is doing now asset and vulnerability management to go and patch these systems for the right set of patches or remediations required for the prioritized risk. And on top of that, when we provide the threat detection and response, we provide with, again, a context. So many times we hear the incident management teams are just bombarded with alerts, right? Why? Because that EDR or threat detection and response is done in siloed, where the platform again does the hard yard of providing them 5 alerts, which are important from your asset criticality, which are important because you have the underlying vulnerability so that you can prioritize the right things and take an action quickly. You made a great point on compliance being a byproduct. How we do it is we provide all of this great data from the risk and vulnerabilities and asset side, map it to all the frameworks out there, NIST, HIPAA, ISO, so the compliance people can come in the platform and generate their own reports instead of them needing to use another tool or another Excel sheet. So these are the hard yards platform put. I mean, I can share a case with you that a service provider, one of the biggest service providers in global, 400,000 agents already deployed for doing the asset and vulnerability management. When we hit in the pandemic, their service or the business team needed to make sure that their laptops of the employees now who are working remotely, they're patched for critical vulnerabilities within 15 days. Their traditional or legacy tools wouldn't be able to send the big packets of patches, and nobody wants to be on VPN because they need to be on the VPN of their customer.
Right.
But businesses wanted to make sure that they've patched within 15 days. Guess what? On the same agent, we could enable patch management on the same day, 400K devices within 5 days, deployed 10 million patches.
Oh my God.
Where the traditional patch management tool could deploy 1.5 million in 4 years. We could
4
deploy
years.
in a week's time 10 times more patches.
And that's
the scale I'm
scalability,
talking
right?
about.
That's scale. That's hyperscale. You're right. You know, you said something else that made me think of something. And that is, you know, the same way we said compliance is a byproduct of good security. Sometimes we lose sight of how important managing risk is. Because in many ways, good security is a byproduct of managing risk.
Absolutely.
Right? I mean, as silly as it sounds, you could have too much security, right? Because you're managing your risk wrong, and so you're trying to, go over, and too much security. I'm not going to say it's a bad thing, but it's a bad thing, right?
Yeah.
Let's talk about the Qualys platform and risk management, because I know it's a big piece of it. Beyond the nuts and bolts of fixing a vulnerability and patching and those kinds of things, how does it give the CISO, the management team, insight into their risk?
Right. So, and yesterday Robert talked about this in his keynote. that a lot of times, the technology or technical folks are more concentrating on, hey, you know what, like I found 1 million vulnerabilities, and guess what, I fixed 500,000 vulnerabilities. And then on the other side, CISO's been asking the board like, hey, I need a place with the board. I need a meeting with CEO to explain the risk. And when they go in front of the board or the CEOs, the questions they ask is like, okay, you deployed Okta. Okay, you fixed 500,000 vulnerabilities. What does it mean for my business or the risk or the profitability of the company? And now the problem is, how can we uplift the conversation of these vulnerabilities as assets and the detections to what is my risk? And that's where I think your question was for that. The problem today is happening is then our solution we think is add another tool which will basically look into all of this and somehow magically provide me like, hey, what is my risk? And that's where what Qualys really thinks to simplify security is we need to get context from each of these areas and use this context and bubble up what is my risk and quantify that, right? Today there are two problems. The number one is the risk algorithms don't consider all the facets and factors, and that sort of makes the CEOs and the board lose the confidence in the data. So we need comprehensive data to go in that risk algorithm. And the second part of that is, what does it mean for me? If that number is 700, 500, is it good or bad? How can we tie that up with the business? So those are the two things what Qualys is looking at doing is number one, coming out with the true risk. Mehul must have talked about it yesterday. What is true risk? Is it ties what are the vulnerabilities, what are the threats your businesses have. If you're in financial sectors, what are the recent threats trending in your sector? Tying that up with vulnerabilities, tying that up with what assets you have in your environment which are critical. If anything is used by your banking application, your CEO wants to know that if there is a risk, then tying that up to a score and then telling what exactly I need to do to fix it. And that is not just patches. I need to maybe work with my CIO to maybe change my Oracle 11G, which is already end of life, to Oracle 19. That's a cost and benefit conversation. So how can we provide like, no, you need to change my end of life Oracle to 19G, because look at this, your risk score for your Oracle database, which is used for your banking app, is 700 and which is high compared to all the peers in your industry. That's the insight what Qualys is providing so that they can uplift the conversation and talk with their management.
I love it. But you did a really nice job. You know, risk is probably one of the most overused but least understood terms in our cyber world, right? And that was a great explanation of it. Hey, we're about almost out of time here. Keep up the great work. We'd love to hear more. We're going to take a break here in Las Vegas, though, and I think we have another guest in just 2 minutes. So we'll be retooling. We're live in Vegas at Qualys' QSC 2022. We're here the rest of the day. Stay tuned.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey everyone, we're back live in Vegas at Qualys' QSC Conference 2022 at the Venetian. We're having a great conversation today. We're going to continue our conversation about Qualys, VMDR, and the new True Risk capabilities in there. I want to introduce you to this woman. Her name is Payal Mehrotra. If I did it wrong, I apologize. Say it right for a
second. Sure, it's Payal Mehrotra.
Thank you. And thank you for being on Techstrong TV with us. We should start with a little bit about your background and what you do at Qualys.
Sure, definitely. So I'm Payal Mehrotra. I'm based out of Boston, Massachusetts. Been with Qualys for about less than 2 months, but been in the risk and compliance space for about 8 years, and in software development and software engineering for about 18 years.
Wow.
Yeah, so I came to a little bit about myself. So I came to United States. I'm originally from India, but came to United States 23 years ago. Did my master's here and started working, and been in the security space for a very long time. Yeah.
Longer than you shouldn't have to admit to. But okay, I've been in longer though, so don't
Yes.
feel bad.
Yeah.
I'm still young.
Sure.
So, as I said, we were talking earlier about Qualys VMDR, and I think the idea of a comprehensive vulnerability management solution is something. Look, I was friends with Philippe for many years.
Sure.
Okay. It's something we spoke about for years in this business. And many have tried, right? Qualys has done a really good job with VMDR. It's end-to-end vulnerability management all the way through. And trying to automate it, which is, I think, something we still haven't, for whatever reason, the audience doesn't adopt automated patching easily.
Yes.
We have to work harder at that. But this new True Risk is I think, another great addition to the capability. He spoke about it a little bit, but let's hear your take on it.
Sure, definitely. So in any organization, right, whether big or small, there are always if you have laptops or you have machines, right, there's always going to be some software installed, right? Yeah. That means they would go either end of life or they would have updates, right? And we need to keep updating them. Otherwise, we would have, a security holes in them. Right. And constantly, a lot of the vendors keep updating their software because there are bugs, right, that hackers and attackers can use to get into your environment. So what True Risk is doing is, instead of you going and saying, I want to patch everything or I want to remediate everything, we're telling them, based on what we know, right? And we collect a lot of data. We know a lot more things about your environment. We know a lot more things about your assets, your machines, your systems, right? Because we are installed on them. So that's real data. If we can analyze that data and we can give you a simple list of things and say, go do these things first because they matter the most for your risk posture. That is what True Risk is trying to do, right? Yeah. So taking a lot of data, analyzing it in the back end, coming back, because everybody likes numbers, right? Because it's easy, it's visual, right? Mm-hmm. You can remember, 1,000 is a big number, it's bad, right? 300 is maybe a good posture, right? Much better, right? And we're all used to the FICO score, 250 to a 900. So we know, and we can visualize these things. So that's where True Risk brings in the value of bringing the data together, analyzing you, and telling you what to do.
In talking to Mehul earlier, one of the things that came out with True Risk is that, look, the CVE scoring system, it was a good start. Let's put it that way. But if everything is critical, then nothing is critical.
Exactly.
Right?
Right.
And so what we're trying to do with True Risk, or what Qualys is trying to do, is saying, look, everything isn't necessarily critical.
Right.
Let's try to put real risk in here. And that's what these numbers are. But what I find interesting is the Qualys platform is a hyperscale platform, right? It's very scalable. You couldn't do a True Risk without having the scale, because the numbers we're talking about to put all this together is really hard. Give our audience, if you can, some idea of that scale.
Yes, definitely. So we collect about 2.1 trillion data points, right? In order to process this huge amount of data and along with what's in your environment, because customers vary, right? We have large customers, we have small customers, we have medium customers. Depending upon how number of assets they have in their environment, you're taking data from those assets, and you're taking data from all the threat intelligence and the intelligence that we have in our environment. Processing all of that is incredible to come up with a single number.
Right.
Right?
Absolutely.
That is what it is. And telling you it's trending. It's trending up, or is it trending down? Why is it trending up? Because we saw a lot of open ports, right? Or we saw some certificates that have expired, right? Or we saw end-of-life software. So that means we need to go fix them.
Right.
So providing that insight into, and that can only happen when you're analyzing a lot of data.
When you have to have the scale.
You need to have the scale, and that's the platform play.
Yeah, no doubt. But this also kind of fits into one of the themes that we've heard here over the last 2 days, and that is about making security simpler for the people at home, right?
Yes.
For our practitioners, for the security folks, not just for security, for the DevOps teams and the developers and the business folks, right? Security's always been hard, frankly.
Yes.
It's gotten harder because the job of securing has gotten harder, right?
Yes.
There's so many more attack vectors and everything else. So this is a way to kind of make it simpler.
Yes. Because as I was mentioning, people understand numbers. People understand graphs, right? And you can put numbers on a graph to visualize the risk.
Well, it's business talk, not security talk
It's not
necessarily.
exactly.
Right. I mean, because, look, I've been doing this a long time. You would go to the C-level and they would ask one question. Are we safe?
Yeah,
right? What?
exactly.
Are we safe? Am I going to get hit? What are the chances we're going to have a breach? Back then, we didn't have this, and it would be like...
Exactly.
Who knows?
And then justifying to your board or justifying to your senior management, why do you need extra 10 resources on this project, right? Or the investments that you did in the past, 6 months ago, are they paying off? You want to show that you're making progress, right? Or if there are areas of investments that's needed or areas of improvement that needs to, and how can all this help? It's from data.
Right.
You can show, you can visualize the data. And that's what true risk is all about, right? I look at this in kind of 4 pillars of risk, right? The very first one is around discovery. So knowing what you have in your environment, whether it's users or assets or software, right? And second is around assessing it. So assessing for problems, right? Assessing for gaps, whether it's vulnerabilities, whether it's misconfigurations, you name it, right? And then third is, once you have assessed, you have your data. Now what do you do with this data, right? You can go fix everything, right? You have to start somewhere, right? And that's where the prioritization comes in place. And that helps you, okay, here are the 5 things, most critical things that you should do first. Not saying don't do the others, but that one has the most impact on your organization. So for example, if it's an internet-facing machine, or if it's a domain controller, right? That means you need to take care of them right now. You can't wait, right? Or if it is, a developer's machine, right? Or if it's a machine that's not internet-facing, or it already has all the compensating controls like full disencryption is turned on, or antivirus is running, the policies are all up to date, then that can be done later on. You don't have to do it at this moment, right? So that is what we are helping with the prioritization. It's because taking the context, not many software or applications can take the context.
No, they don't know
Exactly.
the context.
Exactly. And then the last thing is, okay, you can provide me all of this stuff. Now, what should I do? Right? So what I have been hearing from a lot of customers is because they have all these point products, right? Doing all of this is very hard. Like they can discover things.
Beyond hard, it's pretty clear, it's impossible.
It's impossible, right? Because you have to marry terabytes of data together and make sense of it.
Right. They don't have the scale.
So having a platform where you can do all this is it makes it easier, right?
Yep.
And then you prioritize. And the fourth pillar is around remediation, right? So then you say, okay, I got to know these are my top 5 things, right? And I need to go fix them right now. And you give them the tools. Like traditionally, what's been happening, because they use point products, they have to go into another tool. Yeah. That means they have to send this information to another team. They don't report into the same org, or they have different responsibilities. So, organizations are spending billions of dollars on tools, but what's the end result? What's the outcome, right?
It's been
they're
like
not
this
secure.
in security. Yeah.
Exactly. They're not secure, they're not compliant, and they spend so much money, right? So this is where we are changing the game.
Wind up on the shelf is the shelfware, we all call it.
Right.
And quite frankly, I think it breeds another problem, and that is, it's like the boy who cried wolf. You can't go back to the board every year or every 6 months and say, I've got a shiny new magic bullet that if you give me more budget, I'll buy.
Right.
And then 6 months later, no, that wasn't the magic bullet we were looking for.
Right,
I got another magic bullet.
Right.
The board says, no, enough. I'm not. You've gotten enough money. Make it work.
Yes.
And now you're stuck working with something that really doesn't work.
Exactly. Yeah. No, having that data-driven conversation is so important at every level.
Well, especially at the board level, because that's the language they speak.
Right.
They speak numbers.
Right. And specifically one great thing about True Risk that I should mention is, it caters to all the different personas, right? So if you are a CISO and you want to report to the board, right? We have all the tools, right? It's drag and drop in your dashboard and report, because reporting is key in any risk management solution, right? So we can do that. But we can drill down too. So if you're a practitioner, you're an analyst, and you want to drill down and go fix things, we have that view as well. So again, it's very hard to have both of these. But given that we are a platform, we can do this.
Got it.
Yeah.
Excellent.
Awesome.
One last question for our audience.
Yes.
If they want to get more information, where do they go for this?
Oh, yes.
Qualys.com, obviously, but where within Qualys.com?
Come and then go to True Risk.
TRU.
RISK.
All right. Hey, we're live in Vegas. We're going to be back here with more Qualys QSC in just a moment. Stay tuned.
CISO Talk, to hear how real-world CISOs are dealing with today's real-world issues. From enabling secure remote workers to accelerating secure cloud adoption, defending against a pandemic of security attacks and beyond. CISO Talk covers the cyber topics you want to learn about. With your hosts, Unisys CISO Matt Newfield and MediaOps CEO Alan Schimmel, featuring a revolving panel of CISO cyber experts. This is where CISOs talk. Join us on digitalanarchist.com and techstrong.tv.
Hey everyone, happy Tuesday. Cody J. Brown here with some programs happening this week at Techstrong Learning. So tomorrow, Wednesday, December 7th at 3 p.m. Eastern on DevOps.com, Digital AI is taking us through the results of the 16th State of Agile survey. Over 3,000 respondents offered their input on current trends, processes, and tools in Agile. It's time to see what they had to say about what's important right now and the challenges to scale Agile beyond just the development team. Now, turning to Thursday morning, December 8th at 11 a.m. Eastern. After looking back at Plutora's 2022 State of VSM report, we're going to take a look into the future with 2023 predictions and the state of software delivery. Our speakers will bring their perspectives on the meaning of value in times of economic uncertainty, and how companies might find opportunity when aligning software delivery with new business strategies. Immediately following, at 1 p.m. Eastern, Fairwinds brings you Kubernetes cost avoidance, implementing FinOps. Cloud costs can fluctuate, and in the right conditions, catch you off guard with a much larger bill when it comes time to pay up. Well, Fairwinds applied FinOps strategies to cut down on their cloud costs and are bringing their solutions to you. Join us to learn how to right-size your containers to only use the resources you need and stick the savings back into your pocket. And capping off Thursday at 3 p.m. Eastern, we have a hands-on workshop titled Securing Your App Modernization Initiatives with Sneak and HashiCorp. Architects and engineers from AWS, Sneak, and HashiCorp will walk us through the process of defining and deploying AWS services using HashiCorp Terraform and Terraform Cloud, and show us the role Sneak plays in securing infrastructure and workflows. Register for this one ahead of time, as you will need to have a Sneak account and a Terraform Cloud account to get the most out of this interactive 90-minute session. That's all I've got for you right now, but as always, we have plenty of upcoming and on-demand programs for you here at Techstrong Learning, so stay tuned.
ContainerJournal.com is the leading online destination for centralized computing-related content. ContainerJournal.com covers all aspects of software containers, from container management, data management for containers, container security, networking for containers, to the entire container ecosystem, Kubernetes, microservices, serverless, and more. ContainerJournal.com has the largest selection of container-related news, featuring breaking news, blog posts, podcasts, and more. Visit www.containerjournal.com to learn more.
Previously on Engineering the Change.
So we're making this presentation of $10,000. You got it? We had a tough time. We couldn't pick the finalists. You guys are all great. You think you're going to be great engineers. So you're in. Oh my gosh. Awesome. So, yeah. We want to make this contribution to your life. And we're going to award Stephanie Sanchez as one of our 3 Spring 2022 winners of the Engineering the Change Scholarship.
I will do my best to be successful and to help other women and other people.
With this opportunity that Techstrong and Todd introduced me to, I hope to introduce it to others just like myself and give back to my community and show them that, software engineering is cool. It's not just for nerds.
So I hope to be able to continue to put the people aspect in technology as we help others around us. I'm so grateful to be able to be a part of this. Thank you.
So I started Boca Code because there's a lack of talent, not a lack of talent, there's plenty of talented people here in Boca and in Palm Beach County, but there's a lot of startup and tech companies here, and they're all really hungry for good dev talent. Welcome everybody, thank you so much for coming to our 6th new student orientation for Boca Code.
My name is Carly.
Hey, I'm Donald.
Hi, my name is Stephanie. I'm looking forward to today. I'm really excited. I'll see what this journey has to offer.
I decided to change my career and I choose the best school in Florida.
Over the past year or so, I've felt a hunch that I want to do something different, and I started looking into tech.
I stumbled upon Boca Code and I met Todd, and immediately when I walked in here, I felt I was at home. So much. We've been doing basic JavaScript, functions, variables, loops.
So one of the things that you'll realize here is that the help outnumbers the students. The next 10 weeks is going to be really rough, and it's going to be really rough for about 10 weeks. Everyone in here is going to want to quit like 3 or 4 times a day. We've got our mama duck. So what advice do you have for them, Victoria?
So it's very hard, and I'm trying to
put this on your brain. It's really gonna depend on you guys.
This is probably one of the most amazing journey you're gonna embark on. Also the most challenging.
If you need help, speak up. If you need to talk to someone, you can come to me.
For most of you, maybe all of you, this is probably gonna be the hardest thing you ever had to do.
We're here so that you can take the best of each of us and become something even better. Typically throughout the cohort, you guys will go through this, right? So here you are, you start out, the first day you're like, wow, I'm learning to code. And then day 2, you're like, oh my God, I don't know shit. And then you spend about 9 weeks in the pit of despair here, or the desert of despair, before you hit this upswing of awesome.
It's been chaos. There are days where I understand stuff, there are days I'm just kind of lost, but it's always reassuring that I always have someone to go to who can assist me, whether it's before class, during breaks and whatnot, so that's kind of nice.
There's about 7 times more developer positions than there are developers. And we want to also help people, change their lives and take people out of, careers that they don't like, careers where they're not making money. So if you're feeling at all down or lost, right, compared to the last cohort, you guys are way ahead of the game. Over the next 10 weeks, there will be many, many times where you're going to feel stupid. You're gonna have to get comfortable with that. But then when you solve that problem, when you come out and you get into this upswing of awesome, you have to celebrate it. Take a moment when you solve a problem to actually celebrate and get excited. And it's cool, like you see somebody across the room do that and you're like, yeah. You get to experience that high with them a little bit, and it's really fun.
It's okay to be scared because especially if you from zero experience like I was, it's scared as hell, but work hard, practice.
This week was very challenging. We have a lot of challenge.
The most interesting thing I've learned this week is how to, use visual code.
So today is the last day of week 1, and to say the least, it has been a whirlwind. Roller coaster of understanding something one moment and then feeling lost the next.
I gave you, we given an array, like a list of names, and then we say is this person in your list of names? One way you could have solved this, we have to write a function. So let's call it, are they my friend? Right? And this takes a friends list, we'll call it friend list, and a name, and it's going to return true or false, right? If that name exists in your friend list.
One of my most challenging moments so far have been readjusting how I think and process information.
Of everything we do, arguably, retrospective is one of the most important. It might seem like really casual, and we try and make it really casual and fun and chill and a fun way to end the week. I don't want you to ever discount the importance of retro.
Okay, so basically what we do is that we say our highs and lows for the week, basically how you feel and how high or how low you felt this week.
My high this week has been actually starting, because I know this is the beginning of the rest of my life, as corny as it sounds. Yeah. So I think that's the high. And the low is probably every time I go home to do some work. And I'm like, I thought I understood, but then I gotta look it up and stuff or look over notes.
Yesterday was the worst day in my life. Bad. As I know, learning is challenging. I will put myself to learn more. But yesterday was just, where's Zach? So it was great.
High is definitely getting started. It's been awesome. Like, everybody here is awesome. The whole experience so far is awesome. Lows would be Diary's jokes. Another high, loops. Even though I dealt with so many the loops today, but I'm starting to get it. So besides that, that's pretty much it.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey guys, thanks for the throw. We're here with Nicholas Robel, who is CEO for Luos, and we're talking about embedded systems, software updates, how we're going to put microservices on these platforms, and in general, how we're going to bring DevOps to the edge. Hey, Nicholas. Thanks.
Hi, Mike. Nice to meet you too.
Fundamentally, what do you think the challenge is? I mean, we are putting more stuff out at the edge. We have more embedded systems than ever. We have some DevOps processes, but were they really designed for the edge? And what do we need to make all this work?
Yeah, I think you just point the main thing. Today, there is not really existing tools for embedded systems allowing to deal with the DevOps way. So what we are doing at Luos is that we are developing a microservice orchestrator dedicated to embedded systems, allowing embedded system developers to use the same kind of methodologies, but for electronic devices.
And I think a lot of people somehow think that the platform or the provider of the embedded system is going to help manage that. But it seems to me there's a lot of different kinds of embedded systems. So do we need something that feels like an overlay that is specifically designed for software development on these platforms? And what does that look like?
Yeah, there is a lot of different embedded systems depending on what you do. You can have a lot of different work depending on what you are developing. You can develop embedded system using embedded Linux, for example. So when you are developing on top of a Linux, this is really close to a normal software developers. After that, you could develop on top of a real-time operating system, which is like extremely light operating system. Most of the time, you don't have like file systems. You only have like a scheduler allowing you to deal with multiple tasks. And also sometimes we can develop directly on something we call bare metal. So without any operating system, we just have the hardware and we have to deal with it. So depending on where you are working on, you have a lot of tools or not tools at all. And when you're working on top of Luos, of Linux, sometimes you can use existing tools allowing you to deal with this kind of agility on how to create your software the way software developers are doing it today. But the closest you are to the hardware, you don't have tools when you are close to the hardware. So when you are developing using bare metal directly, you will not have any tools allowing you to deal with this kind of methodologies. So and most of the time, there is a lot of different embedded systems everywhere. We are using this kind of devices every day. And a lot of embedded systems have multiple electronics boards inside. For example, I don't know, cars have a lot of cars inside. You can have multiple boards on a lot of different devices, such as the oven you have at home. There is multiple boards inside too. On all of those boards, there is a small computer able to run a small piece of code. Exactly the same, and we have the exact same problem we have when we are developing, I don't know, web applications, because when we develop a web application, we have multiple servers running small applications, and this allows you to avoid any default when, I don't know, one server crash, for example, you have to duplicate this application, allowing you to deal with it. We have the exact same kind of things, but in the electronic devices. But we don't have any tools allowing us to deal with this kind of configuration, with this kind of distributed configuration. So just first to begin, most of the time we don't have any kind of default network, such as we can have a normal software industry. So most of the time, depending on the application, you have to select the good network and to create the complete protocol on top of it, which takes a lot of time and can generate a lot of mistakes. After that, we don't always have a way to have multiple tasks running in the electronic board. And so we need to be able to find a way to get information from the network and to put it into the good parts of your code. All of it is extremely difficult to do, specifically when you have something like 20 or more boards in a device. This became like a nightmare when you scale the product. And if we think about electronic devices following this way of small computers working together using a specific network, we can apply the exact same methodologies we are using on the normal software. But the big difference is that we can't use the same tools, because we can't run the tools we are using on the software world into extremely small electronic devices.
If that's the case, I mean, are we going to see microservices-based applications running across these distributed platforms? And a lot of that will be embedded systems talking to embedded systems. Not everything's going to go back to the cloud. So are we prepared to manage at that level of scale? Because it seems like it's a lot different nuances than just merely throwing up an application on the same cloud or in a data center.
Yeah. I think, yes, we will start to see a lot of different applications using microservices for the embedded devices. And also the big challenge is to be able to link those embedded microservices to the normal microservices using normal software things. Because today, most of the devices are connected. So we need to have a standard way to exchange information between embedded microservices and software microservices. And to do that, we can use API, because API can work on any piece of software. So we just have to find API allowing to be sufficiently optimized to work on embedded systems, and that can work on normal software. And that's exactly what we are doing at Leos. The idea is to be able to create API on top of any kind of small services, and then all those services will be able to exchange information. And you can also use the same library directly onto your software microservices, allowing to link your normal software microservices with embedded one. And I think this will change a lot the industry in the future. And there is already some companies that probably internally develop this kind of technologies. For example, Tesla is a really good example for that, because Tesla is already able to, I don't know, for example, during the Irma hurricane, Tesla was able to update the car batteries to increase the autonomy of the cars, allowing people on the area of this hurricane to flee. And today, this is something customers expect to have, because they have it on any piece of software. But this is something extremely difficult to do on a critical device such as a car. And the main idea of Luos is to provide a tool allowing any developers for any product developers for electronic devices to be able to have the same kind of agility.
Right. We've never been very good at continuous delivery, even in the best of times in the land of DevOps. So do you think that as we move to this embedded systems and we have all these distributed applications, that will finally force the issue where we're going to have to look at the way we think about continuous delivery? Because frankly, we've done a lot of good work on the continuous integration side of the world, but CD has always been problematic at best.
Yeah. Yeah, and I think we will have the same problems, but in embedded world, I think it will be worst because today to update a card, most of the time you have to physically access the board. So you have to unplug everything and put a USB cable somewhere and to update it. So it's kind of extremely difficult, specifically if you want to have like something 20 boards in a device, you have to unplug all of them one by one and to update all of those boards. So at Luos, we created something allowing to get back information from the network and to copy it into the memory inside the electronic boards, exactly the same way we are doing remote updates with normal software. And this allows to remote update any firmware anywhere on the complete device. And this is something extremely important for having a complete CI/CD methodology. And also, when we're doing CI/CD, we need to get feedback from the devices. And this is also something extremely challenging for embedded systems because we don't have a lot of bandwidth allowing us to get everything we need from the services on the electronic side. We don't have any screen. We don't have, a keyboard or something like that allowing to interact with those electronic boards. And also, most of the time, events on this kind of environment are extremely real time, extremely with a really small time granularity. And all of those are challenges that we have to face to be able to deal with CI/CD in embedded world. And this is something we are working on with Luos, allowing to get feedback from any information at a nanosecond scale, because we are dealing with nanoseconds most of the time when we are dealing with extremely real-time systems, and allowing also developers to deploy a new revision. And I think we will have the same kind of issues you mentioned today on the software world, but in worse, because we will have a lot of different hardware and we will have to handle all those different kind of hardware, which will be like a big challenge.
As we go forward, how automated do you think all this can get? I mean, the challenge with CD in general has always been every one of these platforms is a snowflake, so it's been difficult to kind of distribute applications and code and update it. But are we on the cusp of some sort of significant advance here?
Yeah, I think the big difference is that we don't have to manage hardware diversity when we create a program, because in embedded system, when you create a program, most of the time it work on only one specific hardware with only one specific configuration, and we don't care about operating system update, for example, because we don't have operating system. So we masterize everything on the firmware, allowing us to don't have the same kind of portability issues that we have on the software. So we don't really need virtualization tools, for example. So yeah, we will have some issues regarding this kind of thing, but we don't have the same kind of problems. The main problems we have is when we try to develop a software that will be able to run on multiple kind of hardware. This is extremely challenging. And to do that, we need to have a really good separation between drivers and applications, because drivers rely on actual hardware things, but applications can avoid all those relation to the hardware. And when you are developing this way, you can have portable application able to run on any piece of software just using the available drivers on the system. And at Luos, we are considering drivers as services, because you have a lot of different hardware features everywhere on the product. So we can consider all those hardware features are services. Then applications can use any of those drivers anywhere on the complete device extremely easily. So we don't have the same separation between drivers on application that the one we have on normal software, because we don't have those operating system holding those drivers for us. So we are creating services on top of drivers to make it possible.
So do you think that there might be a backlash against edge computing when people figure out how hard software deployment is, and then we'll go through this cycle of disillusionment before we figure out, how to automate all these processes and make it work?
Yeah, I think we will have the same issues and the same needs of tools allowing us to automate the things. And the solution, we will use and develop the same kind of solutions. So all the tools allowing us to automate the trace management, the feedback management, on the deployment management, on the normal software tools will be also something useful when it comes to develop a hardware product. And we will have to develop the same kind of tools. And there is also already some companies developing this kind of tools. But the missing piece right now is this main microservice orchestration tools we don't already have. You can find, for example, Memfault is extremely interesting. They are developing a trace manager allowing to get feedback from electronic boards, which is extremely interesting. And we will have to multiply these kind of tools, allowing us to deal with the rising complexity we have today on the embedded world, and to be able to deal with extremely complex software development, and to get feedback from all those small services we will create in the future, and to deploy all of them. So we will have the exact same kind of problems. And I don't think it's more difficult to develop the tools allowing to manage all those services into hardware than the one we already have for the software. We will have, by the way, this specific piece will be exactly the same, using the exactly same technologies.
All right. Hey, Nicholas, thanks for the insightful conversation.
Yeah, you're welcome.
All right, guys, back to you in the studio.
This is Techstrong TV.
Hey guys, thanks for the throw. We're here with Kevin Haynes, who's CEO for Cybery, and we're talking about cybersecurity training and the lack thereof. Kevin, welcome to the show.
Thank you so much, Michael.
We focus so much on the shortage of cybersecurity personnel, but I have to wonder if we're not paying enough attention to the folks we have, and we're kind of just assuming that they are magically going to be able to keep pace with changes in technology and cybersecurity itself. So are we doing a good job on training these days, or is there something kind of broken in our system?
Well, Michael, I think it's a good question. I was reading something the other day that said roughly half of cybersecurity executives feel like the cyber skills shortage is affecting them and their organization. So that's definitely top of mind. And you're right to ask about, well, what about the people that are in the program? And what are we doing to retain, upskill those? And, I think about that a lot. At the end of the day, we're probably asking those people to do more, right? And to cover more things if there really are those shortages and the openings, and the lack of ability to fill them, then we're asking those individuals to do not only more, but to do broader, different, take on different things. So I think upskilling, training, retaining really needs to be top of mind. It seems like it has, those things are a little more top of mind, but they can certainly be more so, I think.
Is the pace of innovation outstripping their ability of cybersecurity folks to keep pace? I mean, not only do we have more platforms to secure at the edge than ever, but we're seeing things like cloud native applications and all kinds of new animals in the proverbial IT zoo that need to be secured. And can they keep pace with the rate of change?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. There's certainly been tons of technology investment into cybersecurity in the last decade. A lot of that technology is really trying to bring better visibility to, detect, prevent, and respond to threats. And at the end of the day, I think we all know that there's so much that sort of the computers or the technology can do itself, and there's a residual or a leftover of what has to go to individuals, like people, humans, to make choices, right? And oftentimes, at least in my experience, some of the hardest things, the most probably risky things, actually end up going to a human, right, in that process. And so, yeah, I think at the end of the day, what are we doing to make sure those things that are going to the people that are handling those things are the best equipped? What have we done to invest in their ability to handle that and know how to make the best decisions? So often that comes to training, right, and how we're preparing people for onboarding into those roles, but also continuous, because you're also right that the innovation is not just innovation in technology, but innovation in threat actor tactics. How they're sort of running their campaigns, how they're running their playbooks, right? They're gonna shift, and so this is an area where you can't be done with learning. Like it's never gonna stop. You got to be always learning. I think the other thing is I think about this. We just did this report with Omdia, research report, and it's talking about one of the stats I found incredible. Was 79% of the participants in this research said that they rank training, cybersecurity training of their professionals, as a 4 out of 5 in importance as it relates to the ability of their organization to stop a breach. That's huge. I mean, that's jumped off the page to me because that is incredible. So if it's 4 out of 5 importance coming down to the humans and their training, that we definitely need to be putting an emphasis on that.
To your point, is it your sense that the bad guys have some pretty efficient training programs of their own? It seems like they have no shortage of people these days. So how does that compare to what the good guys are doing?
Yeah, it's hard to say, right? What the bad guys are doing. I think it's probably right to think that they have playbooks and they train to those playbooks. And there's not only one sort of bad guy, right? There's different types of organizations that probably have different types of the way they think about this. But at the end of the day, if you also think about the number of times that a defender has to be right to the number of times that somebody on offense sort of needs to be right, it's not a balance, right? So we as defenders, I think, yes, absolutely have to be always vigilant in training, and the other thing too is I think about this is, and I've learned this a lot just by working at Cybrary, and gotten really insights into strong organizations that train, and I think the best ones don't make it feel like just more work being dumped on sort of the individuals that are already stressed out and maxed out and working really hard. They do clever things to make it fun and to give people space and time to train. So like they'll do things like, hey, let's carve out an hour and 15 minutes on a Friday, right, and do something as a team that's got an element of fun and gamesmanship and everybody sort of learning something. They'll do things where they will have somebody who goes in and maybe takes a certain skill course and then get everybody else to take that skill course, but the person that went through it first is maybe an influencer, and they do kind of brown bag lunch sessions with the team over a couple of weeks as the team's going through it can learn and then ask questions of somebody in-house, so to speak, that's already done it. So they find clever ways to make it just not more work, but integrated into sort of the daily sort of work life of their programs.
Do you think we are leaning too heavily on automation and hopes for AI to compensate for the training issue, and maybe we got too much emphasis on one side and not enough on the other?
Yeah, I don't know. I would say that we have too much on sort of automation, technology, and machine learning. artificial intelligence, those things. I think they're very, very necessary, because if you just look at this, like the signal to noise, and if you, there's not enough human beings in the world to deal with all the sort of the alerts that are out there. When you're kind of looking at, okay, this, it might be, it's suspicious, is it malicious or not? I don't know. Technology is pretty good at cutting through a lot of that noise, and getting to better signal. And that is really important, because there's just not enough human beings in the world to handle all that. So I think that has to continue to get better and better, and I believe it will. But as I said earlier, there's a certain residual amount that ultimately is going to go to human beings to decide and deal with. And that we probably are not putting enough emphasis on that. I think we take it a little bit for granted that those individuals are trained up and know what to do. So I think we could do more there.
As we go along here, do you think that there's a high correlation between the amount of stress that cybersecurity professionals feel and the lack of training? Because maybe it exacerbates things to the point where we are starting to see more turnover that can be traced back to the simple fact that we don't have enough training.
Yeah, I think there are many things that can create the stress. Clearly, training helps a few things, right? It helps people. In that report I mentioned, that Omni report, they talk about 48% of the respondents to that research said that it actually, when they provide training, that it actually keeps people, it helps them retain employees, not the other way around. Kind of the myth is that, if I provide training, then people are going to they're going to get trained, they're going to get this, a certification or whatever, and then they're just going to go get a higher paying job somewhere else, so they'll leave me. And that was largely rejected. I mean, hugely rejected in the research, which is great to see. So I think, one, it starts with, how do I have a team that I invest in so that they're cross-trained, so that, there's not so many just sort of silos, but people can do, more things more broadly, understand how the full program works. And help across the board. So that's one. Having people that have been there longer always helps. More tenured individuals can train and bring other people along, so it's not as chaotic as just stepping in. There's there hasn't been somebody that has been there very long. Is always problematic. So I think, yes, training can help those things, and it also provides confidence, right? These folks are making critical decisions, and they're usually having to make them pretty fast, and sometimes under duress. So the more that you have a confidence that you've seen these things before, you've sort of trained on them before, then yes, I think it can bring down the stress levels.
Mm-hmm. What's your best advice for making training engaging? Because I think we've all seen the cybersecurity training program that's about as exciting as traffic school. So can we find some other way to kind of make this more compelling?
Yeah. So at Cyber, we're doing a few things. So one is just starting. A lot of the content and training that's out there has historically been certification oriented. And while that's good, because those are very worthy pursuits, they oftentimes can be a bit dry. So we have complemented that at Cyber with a whole plethora of, I'll call it, skills-based training that are really around recent, relevant type threats, right? So it's and we're trying to take them down to kind of like somebody could do it over a lunchtime, right? So they could do it over their lunch break. So it's not like a week-long thing, but they could get something done in 45 minutes, for example, and get a skill. And we're always trying to put a little bit of a fun, kind of gamification element to it. So those are some of the things we're doing and continue to do. The other thing I think is just by the way teams think about this, the more it feels like an individual effort versus a team effort, the more you I think it can be more dry or dull. So I think the best learning and development teams that we see, that we get an opportunity to work with, they definitely try to get their teams doing something together. So, hey, let's go take this thing on Cyber and let's do it as a team. Let's schedule out an hour on a Friday and do it as a team. and kind of see who can get there first, who can solve it first, or how do we mentor the team that maybe can't get there as fast. So I think those are some of the tactics that we can do to make it more approachable. The other thing is I think just helping people understand that you want them to do this, and it's okay to take an hour, to go skill up on something. And it doesn't always have to be, at 10 p.m. at night, you can do this. So I think kind of that can be hard, and I understand. But to the extent possible, organizations can free up, blocks of time for their team to go and invest in themselves. It's important.
All right. Well, to that point, do too many organizations expect cybersecurity people to maintain their skills on their time, and they don't factor that into the job responsibility, which is, for them to create some opportunity to train those folks? Or do they think that somehow or other they're all just magically going to go home at night and do that themselves?
Yeah, I don't think it's necessary. I don't believe that it's a sort of a negative sort of thought or like a bias towards not wanting to invest or train. I think it's just sort of a symptom of the workload doesn't stop or slow down, and I think we can all acknowledge there's a gap in this. There's a skill gap out there. So what ends up happening is you have a lot of teams and organizations that have they have more to do than they can do it, right? And so the idea of sort of taking somebody out of the fight, putting them into this training, and maybe that's something that they got to go do for a week or something, kind of be out of the loop. It's hard. It's really hard. So I think we have to understand, though, that there's in this report, I think really helps us to think around, further out and think about the benefits of training. Not, you can't just think about, the time that you're taking somebody out of the fight, but think about, what they're going to be able to do to help the team with that training in terms of how it will apply to further risk reduction, making the overall organization more efficient and effective, and retaining those employees, right? Because those teammates want to be invested in. They want to make sure that they're getting better. So I think we have to see it from both sides and do what's necessary. And like I said, as Cyber, we're also trying to make sure that the modalities of learning don't always just have to be like, okay, you're going to go you're going to go off for a week and do something, sort of out of the fight, but like make it more integrated into sort of how people work in their day. And as I said, I think really smart organizations are finding ways to carve out times for for people to sort of do it together, and that helps.
All right, folks, you heard it here. Make cybersecurity training fun. Otherwise, people are going to check out. Otherwise known as gamification in some quarters. Hey, Kevin, thanks for being on the show.
Thank you, Michael.
All right, back to you guys in the studio.
Do you know what you want?
Can we afford this place?
I'm thinking 1,000-piece Kubernetes, cloud workload protection, and XDR combo.
Yeah, I actually don't see any prices.
Hello, how can I schedule a demo for you today?
So we're on a budget.
Okay.
How much is your 1,000-piece Kubernetes?
What solutions are you currently evaluating?
You don't have to order off that thing.
We don't?
How did you get in here? Check this out.
Uptick's secret dollar menu.
Order today and you can secure any combo of cloud and endpoint assets through the end of next year. All for $1.
What if I want to secure 100 Mac laptops and 900 Linux servers?
Yeah, $1. What if I want 500 laptops and 500 Kubernetes nodes? Just $1? Yep, mix and match to create the combo that works for you.
What about customer support?
Yep, everything for just $1. We're gonna order off the Uptick secret dollar menu. And seriously, how did you get in here?
Seriously.
Try the Uptick's combo of CNAP and XDR, delivered in a single UI and data model. Just $1 to secure your cloud, containers, and laptops through the end of next year. Offer ends December 31st.
Hi again, everyone. I hope you all enjoyed today's episode of Techstrong TV. We had some amazing interviews with industry professionals to give you the latest in the tech world. And alongside our extensive conference coverage and our new episode of Engineering the Change, we had plenty of great content today. We'll be back again on Thursday, so we hope to see you then. But in the meantime, thank you so much for watching, and I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. As always, stay strong. Tech strong.